Just to confirm, Maddie, are all the DCP judges here?
Yep, they're all here.
Yep, awesome. And yeah, then Nathan, whenever you're ready, you can go. Start with your demo.
Okay. Hello, I'm Nathan Reed. My submission is a solution to the knapsack problem built with DCP. So I'm just going to share my screen. So this is the UI for it. It shows you choose the number of items you're going to be looking for to put in the backpack, the weight limit, and then some ranges for the different items to go inside the backpack. So I'm just gonna click the find optimal button, and it will go and start doing sending it out to DCP to get it distributed across different computers to solve it. And when it's done, this red light will go green, and it will show what fit inside the backpack and what didn't fit. So basically it creates a tree, and then it just keeps going down the tree until it finds an item that will not fit. Then it goes to the next part of the tree and just keeps going along until it finds the path down a tree that has the most amount of value. Yeah, that's all the explanation. It's just going to be running in the background. I ran it a few times and it was working. I did it in one case where it was I did it locally before I got it working with DCP, and it took about 900 seconds to have it complete through a similar configuration to this. And then this morning I did it again on DCP with a similar, but not the exact same. I forgot to save all the numbers, but it took about 300 seconds. So it's about a third of the time, which I thought was pretty good for how long it took me to code. So does anyone have any questions or anything while it's working?
Would you be able to explain what the knapsack problem is?
Sure. So it is basically given a knapsack, some container that you want to put stuff in that has a limited capacity. What is the optimal items you can put in it to have the most value? So there's like items here. So I generated 15 items with a weight capacity of 80 kilograms. You can see the first one has 22 kilograms and has a value of $84. So with all of these different items, what is the optimal items that you could put in that backpack for it to be worth the most amount of value while still being under the weight limit?
Okay, cool.
Any other questions?
If no other, oh, sorry, Chris, go for it.
Can you hear me or not?
You're very low.
All right. All right. Cool. Is this decent? Better? Something?
Yeah.
All right. So I was asking, what is the in the distributed case that you said, at least in one trial, you're able to get about a third of the time. What is each slice? Like basically, how are you slicing up the job for distribution?
Okay, so I start with a string of all the different, like I have all the items in the backpack are named by a letter. So I start with a string like A to however long it goes. So in this case, A to O. And then I have an algorithm that will basically create creates a start point for each one. So it'll create one with a string starting with A string starting with B, a string starting with C, D, and so on. And then each of those strings is sent out. And then from each of those, it creates a tree down it from everything after it. So one that starts with the one that starts with A will always start with A. One with B will always start with B. And then it's checking B, A, C, D, B, C, A, D, so on, so on, so on.
Gotcha. So each slice represents a tree exploring, starting with item with with a given particular item.
Yes.
Okay, very cool.
Kind of just a question related to your demo. How long are you expecting this to take? Like, are we going to see it succeed?
I should have probably set it to a fewer number of items just so it would be quicker.
Mhm.
But it should be another minute or two probably. I'm not exactly sure. It just depends on how quickly the different slices get there and start being executed.
So you're in the hackathon compute group, presumably?
No, I'm
Mhm.
not.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would probably adversely affect the speed in this case.
Okay.
As otherwise, we could throw some additional workers into the compute group to handle the slices.
Okay.
We do have time. Still, like 8 minutes remaining in your demo. So
Okay.
How does it determine when it's found like the optimal solution? Like how does it
It
figure
just
that that was the best one?
it goes through. Well, initially I had it so it would just go through every single possibility, which took a lot of time. And then I changed it so it stopped traversing a tree as soon as it found that it was over the weight limit. So it's basically tests every single possibility that is under the weight limit by just using a tree.
Cool. Yeah. So every legal combination basically gets tested.
Yes.
Are you able to have multiple of a single item inside the backpack? Like if A weighs very little and is worth a lot, could the entire backpack just be filled up with A?
No. I just chose to do the standard backpack problem.
Yeah.
There's different variations which are like that, and it just becomes much more complex to get it all working.
Can I ask what you found to be the most complicated part of building this implementation?
It was definitely getting it's to do every permutation and then skip like permutations, like to short circuit when it's above the weight limit. Initially I had like it all working, but it didn't short circuit, so it would just take forever. Like if you set the weight limit to 0, it would still test every single thing. And now I've changed it. And it took me most of my time to get that running. So it would just, over the way to 0, it tests A, B, C, D all the way to O. It can't find them and it immediately returns.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm going to, because it's taking a very long time, I'm just gonna do one that's really small and hopefully that one will be done faster.
And is it configured to I mean, so you've got the job accepted logging there. Are
Yeah.
you having the workers or the client sort of provide you any other feedback over the course of the job?
Every time a slice returns, it prints it in the console.
Okay.
So as soon as one returns, I should know it's returned. And then once it has returned, it'll show what fit inside the backpack, what didn't, and what total weight it got, and what total value.
Another thing to do to speed up even more, put it inside of the compute group as well.
Okay. Where would I do that in the script?
Yeah.
In your code. Oh, sorry, go, Chris.
On the public group right now, yeah, it's competing with like massive electrodynamics, like physics
Yeah.
workloads constantly. So it has a probably, especially if you're going just with the default sort of payment rate, it's probably having a hard time getting in there just with the calibrations of the moment.
How would I change the compute group?
In the code right before your job.exec, add
Yeah.
a line that says job.compute groups, lowercase c, uppercase g, no underscore anything, equals. It actually should be in the Discord chat in
Okay.
CP.
Job.compute groups hackathon DCP 2021.
I just posted it back to them if you haven't found it.
Okay. Nice. Okay. 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 And it's already started returning. Okay. So that's a very simple example because there's only 3 items. Probably, yeah. So this would do the same thing, but I should have checked the compute group first because that was a lot. You can probably do 10 pretty quickly then because I did that one so quick.
Yeah, yeah. If you had, if you're in the compute group with dedicated workers, you could basically, as fast as you can do one slice, you could probably, yeah. Mhm.
So yeah, that's yeah, that would have made testing a lot easier. I should have.
Sure.
But yeah, that's basically how it works. It shows what fit inside the backpack, what didn't, total value, and that is the optimal configuration.
Yeah, that's a neat visualization.
Yeah. Any other questions or?
It was very much appreciated. It's neat to see, especially the old brings back, comp sci algorithms class memories.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan.
That was awesome, Nathan.
We have up next Taha and Joe. So if they are here, you can unmute yourselves and share your screen. And yeah.
Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, so I'll share the slideshow. Can you guys see?
Yep.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our presentation. I'm Joe.
And I'm Taha.
We decided to call our project Distributed Video Processor. and we'll get into the introduction. So originally, when we were thinking about ideas for DCP, I thought back to when I was in high school and I did 3D rendering with programs like 3ds Max and Maya, and I just remembered how long they take to do, and then I thought that would be a really good application of DCP because you can break it up into individual frames of the render, or of the animation, sorry, and you can basically send those off to render. But after a while of research, we found out that was going to be way harder than we thought it was. So we went back to the drawing board and we still wanted to work with videos in some way. So we came up with this sort of idea to filter videos frame by frame using DCP.
So what is it? So basically, as Joe said, this is a program that applies a filter to a video file in a distributed manner. So we're basically just created a Node.js CLI project. So you can pass in your video file and like what you want it to filter to. So currently, as of now, it's only capable of grayscaling an image. A video. So it just turns it to a black and white video. And it utilizes libraries like DCP, GIMP, which is for like image processing, and like FFmpeg for like working with videos and like extracting, stitching them back together. Yeah, so how does it work? First, what we do is we start off by taking the original MP4 and we extract the audio from it because we don't want to be sending the audio to DCP. Then what we do is we extract a series of images out of the MP4 for each frame in that video file. Then what we do is we collect those images and we call DCP and compute on each image. So we're computing on each frame and applying a work function or a filter, which converts that image to a black and white image. And once we've done that, DCP returns the array of images. And what we do is we take those images and we turn it back into a video format, in this case MP4. And then what we do is we take the original extracted audio we got from the original video and combine it back with the new filtered video. And boom, we have a filtered video. Yeah, so now Joe will share screen and yeah, we'll demo. Do I have to stop sharing for Joe to start?
Yeah, I can't share without
Okay.
this. Let's see. Everyone can see everything okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just show first of all how to like run the program. So it's a basic node call with a couple of arguments. So you have the name of the file first, and then you have the number of frames in the video. And when you initially do it, you can see a bunch of information is printed out by FFmpeg about the video processing. And then after probably like 5 or 10 seconds or so, we'll see some printout. There it is. We'll see some printout from DCP about different things. So about listeners and job being accepted. And then after a little bit more, we'll eventually get like results and stuff back, and you'll be able to see like the array of image data. I guess we can wait for that because that might be interesting, but it might also take a second. So yeah, actually, I guess I can circle back to, oh no, there it is. There it is. So yeah, this is the type of results we're looking for, where it's an array of data, and I'll show, this will take a while to process. So I'll show an example of what we started with and then what the end result looks like. So here we have a video of Bret Hart, a professional wrestler, doing some code review. So I'll just play the video.
Come on, you guys. There it is, right there in front of you the whole time. You're dereferencing a no pointer. Open your eyes.
So it's a very nice video, but as you can see, it is also very colorful. So what happens after we run it through our program? I guess it's a little predictable.
Come on, you guys. There it is, right there in front of you the whole time. You're dereferencing a no pointer. Open your eyes.
Yeah, so very cool. As you can see, very gray also. And yeah, that's about it for the demo. Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the presentation. Can everyone see?
Yes.
So what are the next steps? So originally what we wanted to do is that we wanted to create a web app and call these DCP functions in order for like a user to, you know, like actually filter video by uploading it to this website. But we weren't able to get it working in time, but that's what would be our next steps. So we wanted to finish the React Node web app, create some sort of account management. So a user can create an account and upload a video for that specific account. We can process that asynchronously, and we could send a notification to that user by email because they made an account, right? Telling them when that video is finished processed. Some other things that we're looking into is adding new filters. Since we already have the design for this whole DCP stuff figured out, the only thing we need to change is like modify the grayscale work function, and we could add new filters like for maybe increasing saturation, or maybe we could like swap RGB values just to see what it looks like, or maybe change opacity. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do. Those are just some ideas. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all for listening. And if you have any questions, let us know.
So as excuse me. So the way you're doing the worker function, there's because you were just talking about swapping it out, right? So the grayscale function, if it's as it was when I was having a look at what you guys were doing, you're not even using kind of like a specialized modified kind of version of that function necessarily. You're using a straightforward grayscale function that is pretty much just being pointed to directly, and so by that mechanism you can just literally swap that out, at least in principle, whether that was tested or not, to other functions that are working on the same data.
Yeah.
Or is there is there alterations that need to be made to the function in this case before it can be run through the distributed application?
So long as the filter, like so long as one pixel, the modification to one pixel isn't dependent on another pixel, there wouldn't have to be any like major modifications to the worker function. It would just be like just like swapping around what it does on pixel per pixel.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I was hoping I answered that right. So, and any other questions?
I have a question. So say you wanted to apply an effect that depended on the previous frame, like a video compression of some type. Is that possible to be implemented, or would it take some reworking?
It would. I could imagine if it was dependent on like one previous frame, I could imagine a way to implement it, but it would take a lot more reworking though than like something like RGB swap or opacity.
Yeah, you could presumably pass in
like
at least for someone who's you could pass in for every frame. You could make available the adjacent frames or however many you needed, I guess.
Yeah.
And so you'd have some redundancy in terms of network traffic and that sort of thing, but you would be able to sort of fully isolate each part of the task as long as you just made that extra data available to each slice.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, that's a bit outside the scope of this particular demo, but I mean, in principle, I think that would be viable.
And then any other questions?
Sorry, go ahead.
You can go ahead.
I was going to ask what the main challenge with the web integration ended up being that prevented that from being part of the demo.
I think mainly we just like sort of ran out of time. We had the Node.js like server deployed and the front end deployed. We just had it to like connect it up and like build it out more. I guess like I think it really just came down to lack of I don't know, we just ran out of time. And
Unfortunately,
we wanted to focus on making sure we can actually get the CLI program working, like the DCP stuff. There's no point of making the web stuff if like we don't even have the DCP stuff working, right? So we
And,
wanted to do, yeah.
unfortunately, we both got sleep last night instead of pulling an
Mhm.
all-nighter, so we couldn't quite push it out. But
Understandable. So you just showed us the demo in action, you know, getting, I mean, we could see the binary data coming back, or the, sorry, the RGB data coming back. And then you showed us video from presumably a prior run.
Yeah.
But are we able to see the
the current one?
the most recent, like if that job has since completed that you had started while we were watching, are we able to see the video that was actually written by that job in the meantime?
For two things, like one, it's the same video. I just because I was testing it before we started, so I have it like generated. And second, it might take too long because normally it takes about 15 minutes or so, depending. So it would probably be, we'd go over time a little bit if we did.
Fair enough.
Did you ever try to render a video using the grayscale function outside of DCP? And if so, like how long would that take versus using DCP?
I did do it outside of DCP, but I never timed it. I remember I only did one frame rather than a video. So, but it took like a few seconds. But if you consider the fact that like, I think the one I was testing with that I said takes 15 minutes or so, it's about like 300 frames. So 300 frames, about 3 seconds each. Something, my math might be off a little bit. Well, it's 275 frames, 3 seconds each. That's about 13 minutes, 14 minutes. So it takes a little longer with DCP, but I'm guessing it's mainly because of like, what is it, like overhead? What's the word?
Yeah, so for
Yeah.
longer videos, it would probably make up.
Yeah,
So if the
it
video
should
was
be, yeah.
400 frames kind of deal,
Mhm.
it'd probably be roughly equal.
Yeah. It might even be shorter if it's more, so depending.
Nice.
Any more questions? Did you have a question, Isu, or did you
That Chris just asked my question.
I
No.
see.
Any more questions or?
I have questions, but I'm just trying to sort out which ones I want to ask because my questions mostly relate to DCP as opposed to the project itself. Because I think in terms of like a long video, you're going to have however many thousands of frames in it. So if you distribute all those frames to a bunch of different nodes, or you'd have to have separate computers if you want them all to run at once. But then if you're distributing all these different jobs and you have more jobs than you have computers, it makes more sense to just partition the video into however many computers you have and just send each of those bits of the video off rather than each of the individual frames, because transmitting all those jobs is just going to be extra overhead, like you mentioned. So it's more of a DCP question than your project.
Also, one thing I should mention before this ends, because I think this is like, it's a really cool and interesting part of the project. Just because I sort of remembered like, we had it so you could break down so you took a video and you broke it down into frames, and we had it implemented such that you could take the frame and you could break it down into rows, and then you could send those off to DCP workers. So you could break it into even smaller fragments and it could, in theory, be more efficient, except for potentially overhead and such. But yeah.
So you have
But that
control over.
functionality isn't sort of fully implemented in sort of this most recent demo build.
No, I swapped it back to the by frame rather than by row for the demo.
Yeah, if there are more questions for Joe,
Or Taha.
see those or Taha. We may have to include those in Discord just to stay on schedule.
Yeah, I'd love to hear any more questions if people have them. In the
So-
Discord, of course.
Oh yeah, so thanks so much, you guys, for giving that presentation.
No
Yep.
worries.
Yeah, thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
for listening.
The next thing we have is read 3. If they're here, feel free. You should be able to unmute and share your screen.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi.
Okay. Okay. You see my screen?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Are you guys able to hear me as well?
Yep.
Yep.
You can hear me as well.
Okay, so we will get started. This is Wiki Pathfinder by Team Re3. Number 1, our inspiration. Where did we get our idea from? We were inspired to create Wiki Pathfinder from watching a streamer play Wiki Race. Wiki Race is a game where players race from one Wikipedia page to another Wikipedia page by clicking through links. The aim of the game is to finish as fast as possible. That's why we decided to create an application that uses DCP to quickly calculate the first available path from 2 Wikipedia pages.
2. Introduction to Wiki Pathfinder. How does it work? So there are 3 main parts to our program: web scraping, pathfinding, and DCP. If you look on the right of the slide, you'll see a diagram that represents how our program basically works. First, the program starts with point A, which is the starting Wikipedia page. This is our layer 0. Next, the program web scrapes for all the available links in the starting page. And for example, let's say there's only 2 of them in the page. This becomes layer 1, points B and C. This process continues until a path is found from point A to point K, with point K being the end goal. Wiki Pathfinder will use DCP to handle all of these very long processes. Web scraping and pathfinding are both very heavy functions, so it's only natural for us to use DCP workers to handle such a task. However, after discussing it with a mentor, we unfortunately could only use DCP to pathfind, as DCP workers currently don't have access to the internet, so they aren't able to web scrape.
Okay, now for a live demo of Wiki Pathfinder. So there's really only one file that you need to run to get this working, and that's index. First, it asks for the start Wikipedia page. So this is the page you're starting with. And then the end Wikipedia page, the page that you want to pathfind to. Then it'll ask if you want to use DCP to pathfind. Just for this first part, we're going to say no, just so you can see the web scraping part of this program. Then it'll look inside of the first link. It'll look at those links and then look inside of those child's links. And since we handpicked some pretty easy links, we found a pretty fast path. So the fastest path from gamer wiki page to Google is clicking on browser game and then to Google. And now let's do a DCP demonstration with the same links. So since DCP is limited with no internet, what we had to do was pre-web scrape a bunch of Wikipedia pages and then strictly use it to pathfind. So we like kind of shoved a bunch of like a JavaScript object with a bunch of Wikipedia pages. And these two are two kind of arguments to the work function. So let me start this. And now we wait.
Out of curiosity, is that massive block of text that I see in your VS Code window
Yes,
all of
it is.
straight?
This is what we shove into the worker. So yeah, we got a result back from DCP, and the path is about the same, except the only reason why it's different from the web scraping one is because this one dynamically web scraped for it, while this one we just kind of shoved a bunch of data into it, and it kind of just worked with that data. So yeah, that's really it for the demo. So I'll hand it back to my team members.
4. What's next for Wiki Pathfinder? There's always room for improvement. So one thing that we wanted to do is to create a more efficient pathfinding algorithm, as right now it only searches for the first available path from point A to point B. So we are hoping to create a more efficient algorithm which finds the most efficient path, which is basically just the least amount of links to go through. Secondly, we wanted to implement a fully functional website so that anyone is able to use the program instead of having to use it through the terminal, which it is at the moment. Thirdly, we wanted to add a database integration to avoid duplicate web scraping and make it just a generally more faster process. And lastly, we wanted to make Wiki Pathfinder a fun playable game where you're able to race against a bot that has selectable level of difficulties and try to win against it. And this brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening. Do you guys have any questions for us?
So personally, I'm like really into trying to pathfind between random Wikipedia articles. So I'm pretty hyped about the concept, though that does sort of raise the bar from my perspective. So like I was immediately thinking like, oh, cool. I wonder if they've got like constraints on the pathfinding. So like categorically, you're not allowed to go to use country page links or something like that, and things like that. Anyway, it doesn't look like that's the case, but I mean, whatever. I'm just being a little extra there. But my more at hand question is I couldn't really tell, but was that being meaningfully distributed as a task, or did you just take the application and put the equivalent of it in a single worker?
Yeah, that's exactly what we did. We just put it into one worker. So the idea at first was to web scrape the first link and then use all the links, like 300 links in the first page as the input set. But when we tried that, like we just couldn't like get over that issue or whatever issue we had. And so like, well, we decided to use one worker because that's what we had working within that time.
It would have been interesting. I mean, it's a pretty fun concept and application. I don't know, like even sort of if all went well, I don't know how well suited it would be to any distributed context, just because the shortest path is always going to be a pretty short one. So like it's a quick task, right?
Mm-hmm.
That said, to use it to do maybe sort of modeling some like mapping a huge encyclopedic space or web environment or social web environment or something, distributing the exploration of the space beyond just quick point-to-point pathfinding could be super interesting and really benefit from distribution. Obviously, that's well outside the scope of what you guys are looking at, but it's kind of the same general principle and interesting to think about at least.
Okay. Does anybody have any more questions? Okay, I assume not. So
yeah, thanks for your demo. If there are no more questions, we can have a quick break before we start the non-DCP projects at 2:45.
Thank you so much for the amazing projects we've seen so far.
Yep.
Some cool stuff.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll begin with the non-DCP demos in a minute. The first person we have is Maxim.
Yep.
Yep. If you're here, you can get ready to share your screen.
Yep. You're able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, so the app I built is called the Heuristic Backtest app, and it uses a genetic algorithm to approximate a optimal investing portfolio. The app was built using React and Node.js, and the stock market data was attained using the Alpha Vantage API. So what is backtesting? Backtesting is used to see like how well an investing strategy can be performing based on historical data. So for some people, maybe they like use like a portfolio building application. So they like use a bunch of historical data and then just mismatch. So what I did instead was use a genetic algorithm. So instead of having to figure out which allocations of which assets, you can just have the program figure it out for you using natural selection. So what is a genetic algorithm? So a genetic algorithm is the natural selection algorithm, which is used for optimization and search problems like the traveling salesman problem. So the process of a genetic algorithm is it creates a initial population, and then it evaluates each individual based on its fitness score, which would be the gains from the assets. It then selects the best half and kills off the worst half. And then the remaining half goes through this reproduction step, which involves crossover and mutations. So basically how selection and reproduction works, it crossovers two parents' genes using a 1-point crossover method. And then there's a random chance that a mutation occurs, which changes the part of the investing strategy. So like it'll change like one of the assets to be like more or less. So then like maybe it'll be gaining or maybe it'll be bad. So then that child in the next generation doesn't survive. So yeah, so usually this algorithm will usually approximate the best strategy. Okay. Sorry, I'll do the demo now. So the first thing is I usually just run the front end. So just like from when you clone the repo, you just change directories to the front end and then you just run npm start. That usually takes a while. And then when you go back to like the main like working directory and you just type npm start to run the backend. Usually the backend runs really quickly. Switch to Chrome. So here's the application. So you type in like any asset you want. So imagine like a Microsoft. So then you add that to the list and then maybe you want like Apple. So you add that one as well. And then you add your amount. So like you have like 5,000. Then you select a date. So you could do dates like, you can select a wide range of dates. I think it goes up to 20 years, if I'm correct. So you could select like 2016, could be like 13th. Then the end date could be like now. And then it'll run the genetic algorithm. So it like slowly like tries to approximate the best optimal investing portfolio. So it turns out investing 41 shares in Apple, 47 shares in Microsoft in the start date, and then sell it all on the end date for a total gains of $15,000. Yep. I wasn't able to finish the application on time, so there's no like back button, so you just refresh. And there's still a lot that I can improve on. So that's the next part of the slide now. Just switch back.
I had a
So what's next? I'm definitely gonna add a bunch of UI UX improvements because the application looks really bare bones at the moment. Also gonna refactor the genetic algorithm due to some bugs I had that had made me cut some more unique choices that I had for the algorithm. Gonna implement several unit tests to make sure everything is running so then I can have some continuous and integration deployment. And that jumps to the next thing, add a GitHub Actions workflow and have it working simultaneously with the Heroku deployment. Oh, yep, I'm about done. And do you have any questions?
One question I had was, why did we see a bunch of duplicate rows in your UI when we got the results?
Oh, okay.
Or-
So basically it displays the population of every generation. So it like pretty much just displays all the children.
Okay.
So it just like at the beginning when it's randomized, you can see like the differences, but then over time it starts to approximate and usually all the children end up being the same.
Yep, that makes sense.
So in this genetic algorithm you're using, there were like 10 children or 10 people in the population, or I don't know exactly how many columns, but that was like the full population being displayed.
Yep. And it could be changed. I could just edit it to change it.
How many generations did it take to converge?
For this algorithm, it's not like fully complete, so it would probably take a lot more generations for it to converge, but with the current like algorithm I have, it usually converges like really quickly, which is probably not the best, but there's like a bunch of improvements I have planned. So it will probably converge more like within like, depends on the complexity as well. The more assets you add, the more longer it probably takes to converge because it tries to find like the most optimal asset allocations.
Yeah, and is that for one single cell and one single buy and one single sell in the time frame, or will there be multiple buys and sells?
It's just from the you buy at the start date and then you just sell at the end date.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yep.
I'm just a little bit confused on like what it's doing. So like what is the number that you're getting back afterwards? Like
Oh,
what
like
is
the
that?
so the numbers that you get like from underneath every asset is how many shares of each asset you want to buy at the beginning and then sell at the end.
So it's like hindsight based, or how is it like is it can you use this to like predict the future, or like the future of the stock price, or like what is the
I wouldn't recommend ever using historical data to predict.
Well, of course, yeah.
But if you ever want to just like plan your like some kind of investment plan, you could just use that or any portfolio backtesting applications.
Okay.
Probably move on to the next one.
Yeah, we can probably move on to the next one. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And our next team that's going to be presenting is System Halt. If you're here, you can unmute yourself and share your screen.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Howdy.
Hi.
Let me find the screen. All right, so we decided to play around with some fractals, fractal generation, a lot of kind of mathy stuff that I've been self-researching for a little bit. We initially wanted to generate fractals and use that fractal data to kind of mess around with some shapes in Blender and make like some sort of cool animation type thing. But Blender turned out to be a lot less friendly for a quick hackathon like this. So we pivoted to just making something that generates fractals. It's just a simple C program with a bash script that you can go through to kind of generate them over and over again. So I can create a fractal centered on 0. I can set how much I want it to zoom. The lower number, the more it zooms. I can change I can add a random seed for the color. So I can put like 14 or something. You can change the size of it, the name of it. I'm just going to generate one. It creates the fractal, and like it creates the data for the fractal. It saves it as a PPM file, which is like a really basic image, like uncompressed image file. If it loads, it's just literally RGB data for like 400,000 lines because it's a 2000 by 2000 image. And then we have an external program, FFmpeg, and it converts that into a PNG. And so overwrite, and that's the fractal we generated.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'll let Griffin kind of talk about our Blender mishaps, I guess.
Yeah, I think I spent close to 12 hours trying to get Blender to integrate. And I think at the end, I had a cube that orbited around a single point that changed color. So it was not exactly a good result. But we learned a lot about how these APIs work and what undertakings to take. And yeah, we're looking forward to developing this fractal thing in the future, and then maybe learning how to feed it into Blender again once I figured that out.
I have a couple fractals that I saved some of the values for that look kind of cool. The colors are going to be a bit different because they're somewhat random every time, but you know, they look cool. This one should be a bit more complex, not just kind of circular. We chose C because there's a lot of like calculation involved in creating a fractal. So it's a lot more efficient running it on C than trying to make like a Python script or something. Because like we could have tried to generate the fractal within Blender, and that way we didn't have to transfer data into Blender, but it would take much longer to generate. Like this is a 2000 by 2000 image. It's kind of pixely, but that's just how fractals go with a basic program like this. There's some like really interesting fractals online that people have generated that take much longer to render. But yeah, that's about it that we created. The bash script was very last minute, but it kind of tied it together, which was nice.
Yeah, it allows the user to not input certain variables and put in other variables, and it sort of deals with that properly by fitting in default values for them. So it's a little bit more friendly for users to use than requiring all the variables to be put in.
Yeah, some features we want to add in the future, different fractal types. Right now, it only does Mandelbrot fractals. We could do Newton's fractal, burn-in chip fractal. I found a whole website full of different fractal algorithms. They're just basically math functions that you run until they diverge to infinity. So there's a whole bunch you can do with them, a whole bunch of different options. I think we want to, right now, these images, the color data doesn't have like transparency data. So the colors are kind of choppy. There's a lot of color banding and stuff. But I think with FFmpeg, the thing we're using to convert to PNG, I think we're able to add some transparency options to the data. But yeah, pretty concise code too. But like Griffin said, we kind of spent 12 hours trying to get Blender to work and had to pivot last minute. But I'm happy that we kind of made something semi-complete.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't think it.
Beautiful.
Anyone have any questions?
What were the concentric rings that were generated when you zoomed into 0, 0? How does that relate to the Mandelbrot set?
That's an error. There shouldn't be a circle there in the Mandelbrot set. That area should be black, just like the rest of that, like kind of center part of the fractal. Let me see if I have another Mandelbrot image still. No.
We could just use a program. Yeah, there's a bunch of them across the Mandelbrot, and yeah, we just kept on zooming into them until we got to an area where we got beyond the float value, and it just turned into this bizarre banding of white and black as the computer tried to interpolate between whatever it could do, which is pretty interesting. Not exactly useful, but it was actually really.
There's an error somewhere in my calculations that makes that before I added all the like dynamic colors, because before it was just grayscale, because all of the RGB values would be the same number of iterations. So I had to do a little bit of math with like some sine functions to make it actually have interesting colors. Once I added those colors, those spots started showing up. So I think it's something to do with
overflow or off by one error or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
But we did end up using it to good use. Like we could use it, we could look at that particular thing and then test the colors because we knew it'd be the same shape every time. And so we could start seeing the patterns that came from specifically just modulating those colors without touching any of the other variables.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like a gobstopper of math.
It does kind of look like a gobstopper right now.
What do sine functions have to do with colors? Just curious.
The sine functions, so like the way the colors are, before we added any color stuff, each pixel is like run through this mathematical function until it diverges to infinity. The faster it diverges to infinity determines like what color value, like how many iterations it took. So like say there's like, it took 30 iterations to diverge to infinity. We can't really just give that like red or something. It's basically all the colors would have been the same, and that just creates grayscale. Like 10, 10, 10 as an RGB color is just going to be some shade of gray. So by using some sine functions, actually the more important part is right here, somewhere over here. Yeah. This makes it so rather than like 30 iterations, it was 30 point something. And that decimal value is enough to make the RGB values, when they plugged into a sine function, actually produce different colors. We have some hard-coded set of colors. These are a lot smoother. The random ones, they tend to not really match together, and you get these color bands a lot, but they still kind of look cool.
I think with the sign, one of its main usefulness is that it sort of forces the colors we want to be within a specific band. So no matter what input we get, it's going to be within that specific band of 0 to 255, and it's going to create a cleaner effect than if we just set a max or just map it to a linear model where we force it to be 0 to 255 through basic algorithm.
Yeah.
We want to mess with cos and tan too and see if that does anything. We
Yeah,
did
I
some
think
research.
there's probably a lot of other methods that people use. Like I said, this is kind of like a primitive fractal generating program, but there's some like really, really interesting complex ones. Like a limitation of our current one is like the way our zoom works, it's just a floating point decimal. And so we can't zoom in after a certain point because it just doesn't add more resolution because it can't compute numbers that small. So you have to do a bit more trickery with the math to get like some really deep zooms that you can find online that have a lot more complex and cool structures.
Could you just change your starting point, sort of, if you know what I mean?
I think we only have the X and Y coordinates as our starting point.
Yeah, like
But I mean, start like set
like
0 to a different, I don't know, maybe.
Like the way the math works out with a fractal is you basically just have to put a really, really, really tiny decimal point on the real number in complex number plane. And so it might be like 0.00000, like 13 zeros and then some numbers. And like that's just too small without doing some like with just using primitive types. You'd have to make your own kind of like decimal representation thing. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure we could make our own structure.
It's possible because fractal things are out there, but it was out of the scope of this for sure. If we set out to make this at the beginning, then we would have a lot more features. But like I said, we had to pivot like
away from Blender. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation. Just to stay on schedule.
Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, very cool. Very cool colors. Next team we have Scott and Rafael's team. So if you're ready, you can share your screen and mute yourselves.
Perfect. I'll just let Scott set up his screen share and then we'll get started.
For sure, sounds good.
All right, I have to permissions on Mac. I have to open and close. I'll be right back.
No worries. I like your profile picture.
Thank you, Will.
And lift your chair.
No worries.
All right, let's try this again.
Cool.
All right, can you see that?
Yep.
Excellent, excellent. All right, Raf, do you want to start us off?
Sure. So I'm Rafael. That's Scott sharing his screen. And we've created CV Store, which is an ATS system for applicants. ATS, if you don't know, is an application tracking system. And that's what companies use to track who's applying to what kind of jobs and keeping track of all their information. So you can progress to the next slide. We have a bit of a problem when it comes to applying for jobs, especially for co-op students and new grads. The problem is that finding a job can be really challenging. On average, it takes 21 to 80 job applications to get just one offer. And especially for people in STEM subjects, that number can go way beyond 80. Yeah, that is a good point. Taha has a good point. You may want to close your Discord window, Scott.
Oh, good point, good point.
And can you go back a slide?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. So finding a job can be quite difficult. Applying for 21 to 80 jobs or even more just to get one offer and tracking through all of the different things you need to do, such as OAs, phone interviews, and whatnot, is very time consuming. It's difficult to track all of the places that you've applied to. So me and Scott have come up with a solution to this, and this is what we call CV Store. Now, CV Store is the application tracking system for applicants. It integrates with your email, and it notifies applicants of changes to their statuses in the jobs that they've applied, and it helps keep track of all your applications automatically through the use of natural language processing. So now we can get started on the demo.
Yeah, so it looks a little bit bare right now, just because we didn't. It's more of a proof of concept of the ability to automatically parse emails and either give notifications or automatically update the status of your application for a job. So the reason I wanted to make this and Raf and I decided on it is because actually I currently use a spreadsheet like this, and kind of exposing myself here, but anyways, so that I have to manually track the dates that I'm applying to these, and I get a lot of rejections and stuff, so I have to know when to, and I get ignored a lot, so I have to know when to kind of give up on a certain job and file it as a stale application where I never got a response. So this is going to, those automation features could be built into this. So for the demo, we have it grabbing emails from a GMX email using what method are we pulling it from, Raf?
We're using POP3, and that's
Yeah,
because POP3 can just pull the email and it doesn't touch any data, because anyways, we're just reading emails. We don't need to write any. You put in your email, your password, the POP server that it uses. It'll then take a couple of seconds to download those messages, and then it'll display. So what we have here is that it's parsed out through the emails, and you can display the inbox for that GMX account.
Yeah, and we have natural language processing, which checks the, it attempts to figure out and give a % chance of what type of email something is. So if it's an application email, we were going to go the direction of more suggestion on what kind of email it was. So you'd have a notification up here that says, oh, it looks like you applied for, this job. And then you can go down and edit all the information about the job. But we found out that the natural language processing is actually and the return emails and the emails sent by these employers are quite generic. So it's actually pretty easy with a very high confidence to automatically update the status of the job based on an email.
And that natural language processing also allows us to figure out what the job title is and what the company is. As you can see, it parses out the company quite well. We have Lunch Club, Quora, Huawei, unfortunately got a little butchered, but we have Pinterest, Figma, and these look correct and accurate. And then for the job, it's butchered a little bit. What ends up happening is that it pulls out multiple things that it think might be a job title. And due to a little bit of a constraint in time, we've just combined all of them. If we had more time, we would make it so that you could pick out from what it thinks are the job titles, which one is the correct one. And then with integrating with more natural language processing libraries, we could integrate it in such a way so that over time it gets better, and it can figure out that, for example, if it pulled out the words lift and software engineer intern, that lift is obviously not the job title.
Yeah, and then in the end, once we have all this tracking and appropriate tracking, we could as well export the statistics about our job applications. Whether you want to, just put that in the careers channel or what you're going to do with that, I don't know, but flex on the kids in the career channel. But there's a ton of information, or there's a ton of strategizing you can do based on, if we made this into a servered application where it's run on a single server and people make accounts for this, we could have stat tracking for large groups of people and try and strategize for the future on when to apply for jobs based on when more acceptances came in for the larger group of people, kind of crowdsource style.
Yep. That's some of, we're getting into some of our future plans. So
Oh, yeah,
as Scott said, or sure, we can do postmortem first.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, me and Scott overscoped a little bit for the time frame. This was my second, and this was both our second hackathon. We're proud that we got a proof of concept completed, and we're actually very happy that with natural language processing, that it parses out the company name, the job, and with reasonably decent accuracy, the status of our job applications quite well. In the future, as Scott mentioned, we'd like to make user accounts so it can be run as a service, statistics tracking and visualization. So seeing how many jobs you've applied to, rejected, OAs, all that. Automatically applying to new jobs would be an awesome feature.
And
especially-
we were going to implement that for Greenhouse because it would be pretty easy. The requests required, it's a single request to post a to apply to a job through Greenhouse, but again, we just didn't get around to it in this time frame.
And then also same with LinkedIn integration using their API.
Yeah.
And that is our presentation.
That's it.
And our demo. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I love
Lazy
that. Yeah, lazy day. I think Taha actually worked on a similar project. I love this idea. I thought this was super cool. You mentioned the NLP model you have is fairly confident with emails. Like, do you have an idea what that confidence level is? Like, how often does it get it wrong? That kind of stuff.
So we have actually in the back end, it generates percentages when it goes through all the jobs.
Yeah.
Of the different categories that we have. So we have applied, OA, rejected, interview, and acceptance. And generally, it depends on which category as well.
Yeah.
So if it's a rejection, it is extremely confident in knowing
Yeah.
it's a rejection email. With applications, it's quite good with figuring out what's an application. And then with OAs and interviews, they get sometimes a little mixed because sometimes they can call your interview kind of like an assessment or like.
Well, and anytime it says if it actually says the word of the category, it's quite accurate. So if we get an email that says the word interview in it, then 99% chance it's probably an interview like offer, right? So depending on the language of it, if they purposely tried to obfuscate what the point of the email is, it would probably be wrong, but because it's not an AI or anything. But in general, most of the emails are templates anyways. So if we could get the templates from all the different job application services like Greenhouse and all that, we could have a very, very accurate system without machine learning. And worst case scenario, we implement that.
For sure.
Very cool. Thank you.
Yep.
For the presentation. Yeah, next up we have Leetsquad. If Leetsquad is here, you can unmute yourselves, share your screen.
Yep. Hello. Can you hear me?
Not very well, but we can hear you.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to adjust my settings. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to make it better. Is it like, can you still hear me though?
It's fine, yeah.
All right, cool. Screen. Cool. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff. Cool. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, cool. So hello, everybody. I'm Harsh, and we are Team Leetsquad, including Nigel, Evan, Jordan, and Haroon, and we are presenting Spendy, which is a way to easily track your online spending. So Spendy is a browser extension that allows you to easily track your online spending. So basically, you can set customizable budgets and get notified when you go over them. You can also download daily, weekly, and monthly PDF reports of all your online purchases. So this is just like a little sneak peek of what our UI looks like for our Chrome extension. And we're going to now dive into the demo that Jordan is going to present.
Hi, yeah, I'll do the demo. You have to stop screen sharing so I can screen share.
All right, there you go.
Okay, so you should be good. You can see this.
Yep.
Cool. So this is the extension that we created. So if I just go through the options, ask you who you are, so you enter your information. After this, go next, and now it's going to prompt us to set some limits. So we are given a daily, weekly, and monthly. So let's say I want to set a $80 daily limit, a $150 weekly limit, and a $300 monthly limit. So we go next. I preloaded some data just so I don't have to buy something in front of you. But like if I were to go into a store and buy something, it would show up here. So as you can see, we have a $100 item. We kind of set up a test store just so I could kind of show like when you buy something, it adds here. So if I go through here, we're going to buy some Topi stickers. Just go check out. Okay, just do pickup and just enter whatever data. It doesn't particularly matter. Okay, so I go to complete the order. And we can see that once this finishes, if I go back into the app, you can see this pops up. You can also see this over limit thing up here. So basically, since I have an item, so you can see we have an $80 limit, I have a $100 item, and I placed an order for an item, it's going to remind me, it's going to say, okay, so you're over your limit, like you shouldn't be spending this money. So in the future, it's just to like kind of keep you on top of your spending. So for the other
just
screens,
to add on that, I think the notification isn't showing because like how screen sharing works, but there is a notification that pops up, like a Chrome notification that tells you about like your limit.
oh, does it not show? Maybe you can see it here.
Oh, there it is now.
Yeah, over limit, you've gone
So,
over.
Yeah, it
Okay,
just
but
sends you a
anyways,
little notification.
so this is the main page. Anything that you buy will show up here. This is our spending page. So you can see we have a little chart. It shows us the red line is we're $20 over. If we show some of the other ones, you can see we're 100 out of 150 and similarly 100 out of 300. You also have the option to change the limits from in here. So if I wanted to change my daily limit to be 150 instead, you can see this adjusts over here, and it also adjusts on the screen over here. The final feature that we have is this reports. So if you want a more kind of comprehensive view, something that you can export, you have daily, weekly, and monthly options where you can select the days, weeks, and months in which you've had payments. So I can go here, I select the date, I go to download the report. See it downloads over here. I can open it up, and it gives us a PDF of the items that we've purchased. If you had more, it would show them, it would separate it by date, but just based off of the like limitations of the presentation, I can only do it here, but yeah. So that's all I have to show for the demo. I'll pass it back over to Harsh to go over the rest of the slides.
Cool, thanks, Jordan. Let me just share my screen here again. Cool. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about why we created Spendy. We wanted to create a free, simple to use financial spending tracker for online purchases. It serves as a way to make its users more conscious of their online spending, since that's something that's kind of hard to track when you're just like browsing online and stuff. Spendy automatically tracks your payments, so you don't have to, and it makes budgeting way more accessible that way, because then you don't have to go in and manually track everything yourself. Everything that you purchase on your Chrome browser is automatically tracked for you. The browser integration makes the app like a seamless experience for anyone to use, and it can be used by the target is pretty much for any demographic, anyone who just buys stuff online, including small business owners. So we used for our front end, we decided to use React, and for our back end, we did also use JavaScript, but we had a lot of work that focused on using the Chrome API. And that included like storing stuff locally on using your web browser and scraping through like a checkout page to grab product information and stuff like that, and to upload that to the Chrome extension. We are also production ready. So we have an automated release workflow on our main branch. We have automated CI workflow on our pushes, and we're also pending approval for the Chrome store as well. For some of the development practices that we use, we have, if you look at our GitHub repository, we have consistent commit messages and PR formattings, all pull requests, and we have pull requests and code reviews by all team members. And we, like I said before, we utilize GitHub Actions as well to automate workflows that do things like linting and for building releases as well. Just a little bit on how Spendy improves our career. This project really helped us learn new sort of concepts and frameworks and stuff, and it really furthered our knowledge of like various technologies. We got a really nice side project as well. We were able to work with we were able to build something pretty quickly with like some really cool technology, so that's pretty cool. And we gained a lot of experience collaborating in a small team with different people who just have like very different backgrounds as well. So we were able to manage that as well. And I guess some of the challenges that we had, primarily towards the beginning, prioritizing requirements and managing our limited time more effectively. We overcame that by selecting core functionality and delegating tasks based on like people's core strengths and stuff like that, just so we could get everything out of the door quicker and efficiently. And figuring out how to deal with like Chrome's API or storage API and its async nature. That was something that really sort of bogged us down towards the beginning because it was very new to us. And we were able to overcome it with like a lot of research and reading into like API documentation and sort of asking around. So yeah. And some future plans that we have for this is adding functionalities for more websites, and basically that would entail like maybe an AI-powered solution to scan checkout pages for like products that you purchased. And instead of just using the Chrome storage API, we could probably use like a database or something like that as well to improve like storage scalability and user authentication for future releases. So yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks for that presentation.
Yeah, it's a super cool project. This looks like a real extension, and some of the features like exporting PDF, that's super cool. A major question, and you kind of get at it in your future plans. How compatible is this with other sites? I saw you're using kind of a custom,
like a Shopify store.
Yeah.
It doesn't have limitations. Like, can it not pick up certain things? Can you add those manually? Like all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the moment, it's only limited to Shopify, but that's because like every sort of checkout page is different. So it's very hard to just like make this work for like pretty much everything. For sites like Amazon and Etsy and stuff like that have like sort of fixed formattings for all of their checkout, it would be pretty easy to implement that. But for like other like smaller sites that don't use like sort of like the standard sort of checkout process, it may be a little bit more difficult to do that with what we have right now. So that's why we sort of limited ourselves to Shopify, just to show that sort of proof of concept at the moment. And then, sorry, what was the other thing you mentioned?
I guess it was kind of like a idea. If you can't implement it for a lot of different stores, you could add a feature to add the transactions manually, for example.
Right. Yeah. That was something that was on the timeline, but due to like time constraints, we decided not to do it and just sort of focus on sort of the automation part of it, more so than just like manually adding it. But
yeah, just for the sake of time, are there any more questions?
I just have a really quick question. So when you're parsing the information off of the thanks for ordering page, if you were to like refresh that page, would it add that item again, or do you have some sort of way to detect whether it's the same page, the same checkout that you did before, kind of thing?
It does detect duplicate. It does detect duplicate products.
Okay.
So I think Hiram can speak a little bit more to how that's implemented.
Yeah, when we, can you hear me?
Yep.
When we pull the Shopify product data, we store the product ID and the like checkout unique ID that's stored in like the URL basically. And we just construct an ID based on that and store it in our JSON object. And then we can just compare any objects that we ever find in the future to those, and you should not get any duplicates.
Okay, cool.
Cool, thanks.
Yep, thank you for your presentation. Next up,
Thanks.
we have Stacked. So if Stacked is here,
Hi, yes.
I believe Harsh, you're still sharing your screen. Yep, thanks.
Okay, let's see. Try this. Hopefully this works. Oh, okay. Hold on. Just dealing with some sharing screen permission stuff right now.
For sure.
Okay. Allow. Okay, I think I need to quickly leave this meeting and rejoin. Is that
Yep.
okay? Thank you. Hi, okay. Oh, there we go. All right, so here's the PowerPoint. Where is Chrome? Is that it? I think that should work. Huh. Okay, I hope this works. We'll see if it does. Okay, do you see my screen right now? It's on a PowerPoint in Chrome.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Let's present. Hopefully there's no buffering issues. Okay, so hi, my name is George. I'm George Chow. My partner, Justin Gu, is unfortunately not here. We were working on this until like 5 a.m. yesterday, so he's probably asleep. But yeah, we're here to present our project, resume.work. And basically, when applying to jobs, we realized there's this problem, especially as first-year university students. We applied to like many different places. I've applied to around like 80 different places in the past month. I plan to do like another 200 in the next 2 months. So what you end up having is tons and tons of resumes, especially over the years as they accumulate for different roles. If you do web dev and like Python dev or something, for example, those will have different resumes. Even if you know like 2 different like JavaScript frameworks, for example, like Angular and React, and different roles and different companies want different set of skills, you'll need to make different resumes for each of those to be most effective in order to get an interview or an offer. So that's the problem, and we want to solve this problem of having way too many resumes that it was beginning to become overwhelming. And we did that by creating resume.work. So what resume.work does is it's a web app. You can visit it right now at resume.work. And essentially what it does is it lets you store, share, and manage all your resumes. So in terms of storing, when you can upload resumes, it will store it on the cloud in AWS S3. And yeah, in terms of sharing, it allows you to create custom short links and share it with others. So instead of having really long Google Drive links or something, for example, you can have really nice short links, which I'll show you after during the live demo. And of course, you can manage your resumes. So delete resumes, update existing resumes. And what this allows for is in case you update your resume from a previous version to a newer version by improving it, you can keep the same short link rather than Google Drive having a different link every single time you upload a different file, for example. So it's this all-in-one platform for resume management for applicants. And in terms of technologies used, we use S3 to host the resumes. We use DynamoDB to store all the short link data and manage all the rerouting and everything. We used React for the front end, and we combine all these together with AWS Amplify. So without further ado, let's just get started with the live demo.
hopefully you can see my screen right now. All you have to do is go to resuman.work. Can someone verify that you can see me, see this website right now? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So you just go to resume.work and we can sign in. Now, I've already created an account and uploaded some dummy resumes and whatnot and my actual resume. I'll just sign out so we can go through the full demo process. So if we sign in here, you can create an account, you can enter your username, password, enter your email address and phone number. And when you click this create account button, it'll send you a verification email just to make sure it's actually your email address. I'm not going to do that just to save some time. But once that's done, you'll be able to sign in. So I'll just sign in with my existing account, which I've already uploaded some resumes and everything too. So here we go. Oh, okay. I'm using the word password for this account, so that's why it's it's just a demo account, so it doesn't really matter. Anyways, here we have our dashboard. You have my resumes here. You can name each resume. You have this custom short link, and what this allows you to do, for example, is if you go to, for example, this short link right here, resume.work/short shout, you can type it. I'll just paste it. What it does is it will redirect you to whatever resume you've added. So here's my current resume, and there you go. It also, of course, you can use these other ones, and you can make this short link whatever you want. I just chose this sort of like format here, so it's easy to keep track of stuff, and I can like send it to like friends, for example, for feedback on maybe how to improve it, or I can submit this in like a recruiting in a job application or something if they require a link instead of a file upload. So here we can add a resume, so we can name it something. I'll just save some time, I'll just do that. I'll upload a file. I'll upload this here. This is my current resume, but anyways. So if we save that, it saves it to S3 and DynamoDB, and here we can access it here. So if you go to this short link, you'll be able to view my resume. And of course, you don't have to have just one resume here. You can use it to store many. For example, this one I believe is a bit different. And some of the other ones are just dummy files, but yeah. Where is it? And of course, if you make a mistake somewhere, you can always delete the resume and re-add it, or you can just edit it. So as long as the short link isn't taken, you can do whatever. And here, oh, too short. Okay, whatever. Just an example. So if we go to that link, it will link to that resume I just uploaded there. So overall, this entire dashboard allows you to easily short link your resumes. You can send these links to like friends to review, give you feedback, and then you can improve the resume, and then you can re-upload the new resume using the same short link and then ask them again. You can use this for job applications if they require a link instead of a file upload. But yeah, overall, it's this entire all-in-one platform for resume management. That's it for the presentation. Feel free to ask any questions.
Yeah, very cool stuff. If there are any questions. I guess not. Yeah, thanks for your presentation.
Thanks so much, George.
Okay, thank you.
And our next presentation is John Constantinides. I hope I'm saying that right. But if you're here, feel free to share your screen and unmute yourself. Oh, there we go. We can't hear you. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
We can see your screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen, but. Can others hear him? Maybe it's a problem on our end.
Nope, I can't either.
Can we unmute him ourselves?
If I can find.
Can you just look at this? No.
No. Let's see.
Or what's the name of the person writing this? Oh, it is John.
Oh, he's unmuted. Interesting.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear.
Great.
You. Yeah.
Okay, so basically my project it's like a thing for you to like manage your projects or your assignment for courses. Kind of it's pretty basic, but my full goal in making it was to hopefully learn and express and learn get better with express and react. So I was gonna do, because it's kind of like it's meant for one person, so if I were to like deploy it, like basically anyone online, like anyone would be able to change other people's courses. So I was gonna do like a login feature, but like I kind of wasted my time. So okay, so anyways, this is how it works. So if you want to like add a project, you just do like the course name, like whatever, and then you do the date, submit it, and you could see it added it. And let's say you finish it, you just do complete. Or if you want, you could update it. Let's say you misspelled the name, then you could do the course code, and then the name, C3 or something. And then it updates it. And if you want, you could delete it. And then like, that's basically it. Pretty simple.
Do you want to talk about, did you learn any new technologies for this, or what were some challenges that you ran into?
I basically learned React for this.
Mhm.
I learned how to use it. One of the problems was here. Cause since I was using it to get this update thing to work, I kind of had like an issue getting it, but then like I just like Googled something and then it kind of helped me. Basically, that's it. Yeah.
Are there any questions for John? If not, our next presentation is due for it's supposed to start in 3 minutes, so we'll give the judges some time to catch up in their evaluations, and then we'll get the next team at 45.
Sure. And then if anyone has any questions for previous teams, including judges for previous teams, feel free to ask them in the next 3 minutes before the next team.
Yeah. And our next team is Grandeur Renegades, just so you're ready. You don't have to start now. There's just a couple of minutes. But.
Looks like there's a question in the chat if that didn't already get addressed.
Yeah, I guess it's for John. Did you use any third-party packages?
I don't think so.
I didn't quite hear that, but feel free to answer it in the chat also if you're having mic problems.
Okay.
Is there, should we start?
Let's wait another minute, and then we'll start. The demos are being recorded, Jeremy. So as long as people have consent, we may be able to post the demos later on, or just maybe individuals ones who we have consent from. But yeah, if you're ready, feel free to start your demo now.
Okay, sounds good. So my name is Ravesh,
and my name's Isaiah Sinclair, and we also had Michael Janeway, but he's not here right now. The name of our group is Grand River Renegades.
And our project is for this hackathon is the random art generator, or you can also call it the NFT image creator. For this project, we used Python, Tkinter for the GUI, PyCairo for like the canvas and the artwork image. We also used some TLC themes for some graphics, and Pillow for image processing. And Isaiah's just gonna run up the project now. So as you can see, this is the project. When Isaiah clicks create artwork, you can see that this artwork is generated with squares and shapes, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. But for the graphics, we have, you can change the themes and from light, which we wanted to include for the graphics. You could also download the image and open the image in PNG and change the name and that sort. But before we talk more about the project, I just want to talk about the algorithm we used. So this is like the main algorithm. So we have one square, which is divided into 4 subsquares. And within the 4 subsquares, the shapes are randomly placed within like the corners. And you can also change the opacity and the color of the shapes. And this is kind of like a divide and conquer method. So we have some one big square that's divided into 1 square. That's also divided into 4 other squares. And then the shapes are algorithmically placed. And Isaiah's just going to talk more about the project now.
Yeah, so like what Joudat said, so like we have, you know, like I'll make something, this is 17 squares by 17 squares. Now, if we want to zoom into one, like what I just did, we'll look at one. I mean, this is not zooming into one, but it's kind of like looking at that. And then, like Joudat said, there's like 4 squares. There's like one square that we like, we're like zooming into like 1 square. And then each square is divided into like 4 sub-squares. I think they're like images and they're put together. And they'll randomly generate shapes into those sub-squares. Now you'll see that there's a shape, there's a semicircle that's taking up 2 squares, and there's a triangle that's taking up 2 areas in 2 different sub-squares. And the reason why that is because we're also randomly generating shapes in the entire square itself. So yeah, so that's like the general idea. And then I think there's a 2D array that's used in order to generate our whole artwork that's repeated multiple times. So that's why as you have more squares, it takes longer to create the thing. But I'm just going to play around with some of these different features to show how different graphics can be generated. Now this 10.0 is not necessarily corresponding to like the exact amount of spaces in between each square. But if you play around with the slider, you'll start like realizing like all the different spacings and how it affects it. So like here, it's a bit of a different spacing. It's still the same amount of squares, 17 on each side. I'm not exactly sure how many total squares, but it would be a lot of squares. And then it looks a little bit different here. Once you start going lower numbers around here, it starts really spacing them out and shrinking the squares. So it's like kind of like a different image that you're creating. Once you start getting like around like 1.8, it's like the smallest. Those are like all squares that are created, 17 squares that are created, and they're really shrunk down. And when you get to the minimum enter factor of spacing, you'll get like squares that have almost no space in between them, and you'll start getting like really weird artworks. This is my favorite kind of artworks that you get from this program. And you can rename your file. So like this could be like hello.png. You'll create it, and yeah, so that's called hello.png. So you can have different file names and that kind of stuff. Now, in terms of the number of squares on each side, I already kind of demonstrated this is like a 17 by 17 number of squares on each side. Smaller values, we have this. This is 7 by 7. Now, if you start increasing, the load time starts increasing, and you'll start seeing it says create artwork whenever I create that button, whenever I click the button. So this is 49 by 49, but it took a lot longer to load up. And you'll start noticing that you might have seen some images online where there's like NFTs that look like this. So this is kind of like where we got the idea of calling it not just like a random art generator, but it's kind of like an NFT image generator. And as you keep increasing, it starts getting quite long until you get to about 100. And yeah, so this is like the final image that you can create. And if you keep clicking it, it will create different variations of it. So that's about it for like the demo. I think Dhruvesh has some extra comments that he wants to make about like some of the challenges we had while working on the assignment.
So yeah, so I think the biggest challenge we encountered during the project was algorithmically placing the semicircles at the corners, because when we used Tkinter for this, the Tkinter's method made it immensely challenging to create semicircles along the edges and the borders. So then Michael, who's the one who actually got this idea, he changed the graphics for this canvas from Tkinter to PyCairo, and then that issue was resolved for the semicircles. Also, when we use PyCairo, it was also more efficient to download the image, as when we use Tkinter, when we were like beginning the project and creating it, we had to use an external library to download the project. But with PyCairo, as it's creating the image, it's also like downloading the image. It's like side by side. And there are some challenges with the GUI and properly spacing the widgets and creating them.
With the GUI, like I was mainly doing the GUI on it. It was just kind of like I was like trying to learn Tkinter. I had worked on it, but I wasn't very good at placing things. So I was like learning about like column span and all that kind of stuff. In terms of like probably things that we could have changed, at least on like the part of the project that I was working on, like in Tkinter, you have to create some sort of like frame, and it kind of dynamically reshapes, as you can see. But probably what I would like is dynamically moving this over so that it takes up as much of like, you know, having like dynamic spacing so that it looks a little bit better as you expand it. So that's probably what I would change. Oh, and also as a side note too, I wasn't so much doing this stuff with PyCairo, that was more Michael doing, but something interesting to note is that the loading speed on PyCairo was a lot faster of images than Tkinter. So I just thought that would be interesting. We were using Canvas for Tkinter, and then we kind of got rid of most of that. But anyway, I think that's about it for this presentation. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed our program.
Yep, thank you.
Are there any questions?
Oh, my question before they close this window there, I just have to ask, what does the light mode look like?
The light mode? Oh, I didn't click on that. That's the way the light mode.
There you go. There you go. I'd actually be curious to see if you made it 100 by 100 or whatever. I imagine everybody would have their own interpretation of what they see in all of the colors on the screen there. And me being partially colorblind, it certainly changes what I see. So I wonder if you were to just make it an app and have people take off what they like, which random images they like to see generated, and if you could make an algorithm in the future that learns from that and then displays to people what kind of similar images to what they've seen and they've liked in the past. So
like saying like what you've liked and then change it based on that,
or like try to generate it based on that.
Yeah, no,
And
that would be
actually,
pretty interesting.
I would love to see something like this. You could even, because after a while you make you add enough squares on it, it becomes a complex image and it takes time to load. I wonder at what point in time it would become more efficient to use DCP for something like this.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's all I have.
Yeah, thanks.
Looks like there's another question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that we used Tkinter for like the the buttons and stuff like that, and the canvas itself is PyCairo.
I see someone has their hands up. I'm also going to ask a quick question before that. Can this export to PNG or JPEG?
Can Canvas export to PNG or JPEG?
For your project.
Yeah, so I think the way that this was creating a photo, me and Dhruvesh were actually creating a photo generator, but then in the process that Michael was creating this, he was actually saving each of these individual squares as photos, and then I think he was adding them all together. Then he was adding them all together and then save that as an image within PyCairo. So that's kind of the way that we did it. Me and Dhruvesh were actually working on one. Like I got like the start of the program, and then Dhruvesh just finished it because I couldn't figure out the ending. But the way we were originally taking a photo of this stuff was we were like trying to find the coordinates of the canvas, because this is like an image, I believe, stored in a Tkinter canvas that I created. Well, it wasn't much to create a blank Tkinter canvas. And then we were trying to like screenshot the photo. But the way that Michael changed it was that he started like making all these like little small photos with all these squares, and then added them all together, and then created one big PNG photo. So that was like a better way that we used it. So originally, like to answer your question with like getting a photo to Tkinter canvas, I think you might be able to do it, but the easiest one that I could find online that I could actually understand was like this one where we were trying to find the coordinates of like the graphics window, and then we would like add on various numbers for coordinates so that we could get a screenshot of this image. But that one wasn't what we ultimately used, because the problem with it is if you would keep it like this, then it would take a screenshot of this whole screen, and then it would crop it, and since the rest of it is not included, it would only crop and get like this part, which was not as good. So we used Michael's way.
Yeah, and also when we're using Tkinter to change the opacity, we had to Michael also had to export a different library, but with PyCairo there's a feature for that, so that was also another good reason to use PyCairo.
Thank you. I think there's a couple more questions. I think there's a question from Rafael, and I see Haroon has his hand up. If you guys could talk about that in the Zoom chat, and then we'll move on to the next project in the meantime. But
okay. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks for your presentation. Next up, we have Team KS. If you're here, you can unmute yourself, share your screen.
Hi, yeah, we're here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Shrina, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So we're Team KS, and today we're going to present to you Finance Chip.
So the overview of our presentation would be by each slide. So first will be about us, then will be our pitch, the purpose of this application or program, how it works, options in depth, our choices for this program, the potential for this program, the sources for the data used in this program in relation to us.
So to start off, my name is Kaylee and I'm here with Shrina. We both go to the University of Guelph and we are first years in software engineering in the Bachelor of Computing.
So our pitch is that Finance Chip is currently a terminal program with a potential of being developed into a website or an application. Finance Chip helps people find a good investment option in Southern Ontario from their yearly income expenses, the amount they want to save, and the amount of savings they want to add on top of their leftover income, and give them an investment options. The investment options are cars, homes, and offices. There are different sub-suggestions in each of these options from their type to their geographical location in Southern Ontario. Finance Chip is there to help people with their investments. The target audience will be financial advisors and people in an age range of 25 to 60 looking to make an investment.
So the purpose of our program is to help people looking to make an investment on informing them on a good choice, the best options for them in the moment, and just to inform people who are just interested in it or looking to do that in the future. It also helps financial advisors too, if they would need help in helping their clients find future investments as well.
So how it works, so basically it takes in the user's yearly income, their expenses, obviously their yearly expenses, the amount they want to save per year from their income that they provided, and the amount of savings they already have that they want to add to their leftover income, and give them an investment option according to the number that is generated from there. This generates an amount the user can use to invest, and it asks what they would like to invest in from the options of cars, homes, or offices, and gives a suggestion according to the money the user can invest in a form, the option they choose.
Yeah, so now we're gonna do a demo. Can you still see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So we made a program in Replit in Python just to show kind of how it would work, just a little simple program. So first it asks for your yearly income. So let's say 300,000. And what is your approximate yearly expense? We'll say 150,000. And how much are you trying to save? We'll just save 50,000. And how much extra would you want to save? We'll just say 0 for this. And then it gives you some options of what you would like to invest in. And in this case, we'll say homes. So. And then pretty much it gives you an idea of what you can do, the best option for you. So for me, this would be a small town in Southern Ontario. I can afford an apartment with this amount. So this is just a simple way of how the file works. And then here we'll show you what we use to make it. Shrina, do you want to explain?
Yes. So basically this is our main.py, which has your main things that the program will do. And then we created like a small library, investment options. And in it is basically all of the 3 options that are provided, and it will tell you according to this. So we just created the separate library because if we want to use it somewhere else, we can still use it, and it will be available, and we don't have to mess too much around with the main itself. And makes it a little cleaner and not very crowded.
Yeah, so back to the slideshow. So we chose to put 4 options in: homes, cars, offices, and other, because we think those are the main ones. Eventually these can be expanded, and we found our data just based off some quick research. So the first option is homes option, and where we looked up the average cost of the down payment of some houses in Toronto, the GTA, and other smaller cities in Southern Ontario. And we came up with, if you don't have $90,000, you probably should not invest in a house at the moment. The next option was cars option, where we looked at the prices for a new car, secondhand car, and an expensive sports car, and we tried to find the best options for the users. We also did this for offices. We found the average price per year to rent out an office space, a whole office or an office building, and the best location for you. And then we have another option in case you don't want to invest in any of these, and we recommend that you talk to your financial advisor in this case. And yeah.
So our choices, the language first will be Python, because Python is pretty versatile and you can easily find like website makers or application development softwares that can help, that you can use Python to make these. This is a terminal program because we do not know much about web development or application development, as we're just first-year students just trying to learn new skills. We wanted a strong base for a project that we could work on, and this is what we thought of that will provide us with that. Why did we choose a financial application? Is because finance is everywhere and people are always looking to invest. Thus, this could be potential for a really good application or website. Why these investment options? Because these investment options tend to be looked at pretty safe, and these options are the most basic yet popular options people want. And the potential for this program is based on a broad and important topic. People always will invest and the investment options will always grow. There's a lot of potential to make this into a successful product that will last in the market, as finance is always popular. There's lots of space to add more investment options, as well as upgrading to a real life website or application.
And in relation to us, this program relates to us since in the near future, along with many others, we'll have to make some important financial decisions. We can also use this program to work on it even more, develop it further, get more real information in. We could also expand it easily to a greater locations. And yeah, there's just a lot of potential to it, and we learned a lot through this. And yeah, we just think it will relate to us strongly in the future. And that's it.
Thanks. I do have one question. Did you, for example, learn Python? Did you know Python beforehand, or was it your first time working with this project?
Okay, I did knew Python, but it was I think a year ago. I don't really remember it that much right now, but I did learn a lot of it. But yeah, I did know Python, but my partner didn't know it, so we both kind of had to work with whatever we knew.
Yeah, I learned a lot doing this since I didn't really learn too much Python, so it was very good for me to learn.
That's cool. Are there any questions for Kaylee and Trina?
With your program, I saw from your demo, you selected that you wanted to invest in a house, specifically a house. Is that all possible for you to just say, I want to invest, find me the best investment? And not care about house or car or whatever, just find me whatever the best one for the amount I have is?
No, we don't currently have it because it's more of what the user kind of wants it. Because usually we thought of it like this in our head was the user would want I want to invest in a home or something with all these options. Somebody who's a little bit new and just wants to play around and exactly see what they feel comfortable with, type of thing.
Fair enough, yeah.
Are there any more questions?
If there are no more questions, we'll move on to the next team. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And our next team is Switcher Flippers. If you're here, as always, unmute yourself, share your screen.
Okay, yeah. One of us are here for this presentation, so I'll be presenting. Okay, so what we created is basically an automated cover letter creator, and it comes in two different parts. There's a scraper. This is the part I didn't work on, so I don't really know the technology here too much. But basically, there's a link to an Indeed web page, and from there it gets like information from about 15 different job descriptions, looking through the HTML to like find the title of the job, the company name, the company location, and then like a short little summary. From there, it goes to the create CV file. And here, what we do is basically we create the cover letter. So this is like a demo of the cover letter. This is what it looks like before it goes through the create CV process. So here's like company name, here's company location, some skills that might be wanted in the job you're applying for. And yeah, so that's basically how that works. And just to go through a demo with it. So it asks you to select a URL, but that's not something that works yet. We only have it working with one for now. And yeah, so it pulls up with a bunch of text files. We wanted to make them into PDFs to make them look nicer, but as you can see, it puts in like the location, the name of the company, and replaces the title with software developer intern. And here's something that we tried to work on, but it doesn't really work yet. Basically, we have this skills.txt file where we look for these keywords in the snippet that we got from Indeed. And then we would put like a sentence like this in the skills area. So like we would expand this to like not just be Python and C, but probably all the other languages. And yeah, from there it would be a lot better, I guess. But yeah, that's basically how it works. Talking about what we learned, well, we started from like basically I didn't even know how to use GitHub before I started working on this. And at the end, I relearned how to code in Python, and yeah, that's basically everything. Any questions?
Yeah, any questions for
Stan?
Stan?
Maybe not a question, but it's so great to see first, second years in this hackathon, learning tools like Git and learning languages like Python. That's awesome. So I think this team, last team, I think you were mentioning this is your first time working with Python.
No, this isn't my first time working with Python, but I am a second year. I did have a first year course on it, but it's been a full year since I've worked with it.
Sure, yeah.
And yeah, sorry if I sound a bit weird. I have almost no sleep in me right now.
Yeah, no worries, man. That's the point of hackathons. And
yeah, it was a lot of fun. That's all what I have to say. I'm definitely gonna do this again next year.
That's great.
I'd also like to second that shout out to learning Python and Git when you haven't been taught it in class, because knowing that, it sets you apart from people in your same position.
Yeah, it was funny. With Git, I didn't even know how to create a branch, push a pull request, or any of that. It was all new to me. I had to create an account. Same with my team member as well. We both never really used it. So we spent like the first 30 minutes of working on this, figuring out how to use Git. That was funny.
Yeah, along with learning Git and whatnot. Also look up a video or two and just to learn what good practices are. because
Yeah,
it can become common to fall into some bad habits with Git. But if you fall in the right habits, it's like great.
yeah. Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing now then, if that's okay.
Sorry, what was
Ready?
that?
I'm gonna stop sharing now if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so our next team was supposed to be segmentation fault, but they decided not demo at the last second. So we actually have a 10-minute break, and we'll go on with the presentations at 4:25.
Yeah. And if any team members from segmentation fault change their mind and want a demo, we can add you guys to the end.
Yeah.
It's not too late.
Yeah. So see everyone in 10 minutes.
Yeah. In the meantime, how's everyone doing? Doing good. Good to hear. I'm doing well. It's probably not as stressful to be facilitating a hackathon as it is to do a hackathon project, but it's still kind of tiring, like a hackathon. But I'm really excited to see how well it's going, how many submissions there were. This is awesome. And does again, kind of what we were talking about earlier, so cool that there's so many people in first, second year, so many people are like unfamiliar with these tools, like learning new stuff. That's awesome. That's great. What's the biggest challenge in running a hackathon? Right, so I guess I ran 2 hackathons, both with ISU. The biggest challenge is probably maybe this isn't like the best answer, but it's a whole big collection of a bunch of small things and working with a lot of different people. You know, for instance, not just sponsors or other judges, but just a lot of participants. And then lots of small things to do, like reaching out to organizations for marketing and stuff like that. It's hard to manage a lot of small things, if that kind of makes sense. And I'd say that's the point that makes it the most difficult. I guess the project management kind of side of it. It's a cool question. But it's fun. I like seeing, like, I don't know, something that I planned, you know, with ISU and a couple of people at Wave, like, come to fruition into like a finalized, like, real thing that affects a lot of people. It's cool. Anyways, I'll see you guys probably at 4:25.
You guys might share that. Okay, I'll take that.
Welcome back, everyone.
It's unfair that one's taller. Anyway. Yeah, hi everyone. Let me go back. And our next presentation is from Justin. So if you're here, you can share your screen, unmute, and begin.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Yep.
Wonderful. I think you should be able to see my Chrome now.
Yep, we can see it.
All right, I'll get started then. The application I made is a web-based game. I've called it To the Moon. It's the exponential volatile growth game. If you've ever played any, well, not played any, but any online, I believe, casinos have some games called Crash, and it's modeled off of that. So to actually play the game, you start off with 100 points, and you place down how much you want to bet. After hitting the bet button, the start button will become available. And once you hit start, this multiplier will start counting up to a predetermined value. If you hit the cash out button before it crashes at that value, you then earn your bet times the multiplier you cashed out at. But if you don't cash out in time, then you lose your bet entirely. So we're going to go play a couple of rounds here. First round, I'll place down 25 points to bet. So I hit the bet button, takes away my points immediately. And as soon as I hit start, this multiplier is going to start counting up. And at any point I can cash out. But of course, so I didn't cash out in time. I lost my 25 points. So it's kind of a game of balancing being more safe and getting a lower multiplier, or going more risky and getting that higher score. So again, we'll do another bet. I'm going to cash out early this time, and you'll see that the multiplier still goes up. And that's similar with the actual game Crash. You can see it crashed at 1.98 times. Usually this would be played with like up to hundreds of other people. So even though you cashed out early, there may be people still going for that big prize of a high multiplier. But unfortunately, I was not able to implement any backend. So the whole not being able to start the new round early just kind of plays off that fear of missing out. Again, bet another 25. And this time it crashed pretty early. And you'll notice that's kind of that's basically most of the functionality of the game is place your bet, start the multiplier, cash out, or see how high you can get to. For further improvements, I think the biggest step to take, but probably the best step to take, would be implementing some sort of backend, something as simple as getting the users to sign up, and then having something like a leaderboard would be more incentive to get to bet a higher amount of points and make people take more of those riskier plays. Because I think one of the biggest, I think a big problem with this application right now is that a user can just come in, bet like whatever amount of points, and then immediately cash out. There isn't too much to punish them for doing that. There is the potential for an auto crash. So roughly it starts off at 1%, and every time you go through with a successful game, either you didn't cash out or you cashed out in time, doesn't matter, it adds 0.5% to that auto crash percentage. And basically, you guys can see this code here, right?
No, you're just sharing your browser.
Yeah, no, we can't see the code.
Hang on, let me just new share. There, you should be able to see it now, right? All right, where is it? Ah, here. So essentially the auto crash is just the code will generate random value using math.random. So that generates between 0 and 1. And if it's less than the auto crash value, the multiplier will automatically be a 0 as soon as you hit start, and you'll just lose your bet instantly. So there's some form of preventing the user from just going back and forth, like cashing out at 1.1 times. But I think another improvement would be rewarding those players who stay in for longer, or players who continuously cash out successfully at higher percentages, maybe add an additional multiplier on top of that. But besides that, oh, it looks like this game's going on for a while. Besides that, that's pretty much the application. If there's any questions, let me just go back to the game. All right, if there's any questions.
Sure. Thanks. This is a fun game. Have you worked with JavaScript before? Are there things that you kind of learned?
I worked with JavaScript a bit last summer. This one was a much bigger project. I think the biggest pain to work with was this set interval thing, which is the whole reason this is actually counting up at a constant speed. The problem with that was that I was overcomplicating it too much. And I think I spent a solid 2 to 3 hours just trying to figure out what was wrong, why wasn't it working, and eventually I just got it to work. So yeah, I have worked with JavaScript a bit before, but this is a much bigger project than what I worked on last summer.
For sure.
Out of curiosity, what's, other than the like instant crash, what's the minimum and maximum the multiplier can go to? Can multiplier go up to like hundreds of percents?
So the minimum, I have seen it randomized to just 1%, or sorry, not 1%, 1 times. That's really uncommon, but what I think is even more uncommon, I don't have it go up to like hundreds of thousands because I don't have it ramp. If I could make the interval ramp up so that it starts counting really slowly and then go faster and faster the higher the number, I would go up to like hundreds of thousands. Right now it's about, I think 110 times is roughly the highest it can go. But yeah, the problem is with that high number is that if it gets to that high number, you have to sit there and wait for the game to run through that.
Fair enough.
I guess the other problem is the odds of getting it to go that high are extremely low. Like less than probably 0.1%. You think that's all the questions?
If that was all the questions, we can move on to the next team.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation. And our next team is Mega Viper Shark. So if you're here, same thing, unmute yourself, share your screen.
Yo, howdy. All right, let's go. Let me share my screen. Here it is. How the heck do I share the screen, man? I am
If you need to restart Zoom, which a couple of people had to do, that's fine. You can leave and rejoin.
Yeah, sometimes the permissions are weird if you do it on a browser and you have to reload and accept permissions to share screen.
okay. For some reason it has desktop 1. I'm gonna guess that this is the correct one, so I'm just gonna share it here.
Cool.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
Awesome, possum. All right, guys. Thanks for coming to my presentation. I'm Matt, and
I'm
my friend
Leo. Yep.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Leo. Hello, everyone.
we make up Mega Viper Shark. And I'm so proud to announce probably, in my opinion, one of the most spectacular advancements that we've made in written communication since, let me think here, since the iPhone. So, Falcon Scratch. Turn that chicken scratch into some Falcon Scratch. Get it, guys? So, boardroom meeting notes, doctor prescriptions, coding interviews, business pitches, teaching. Question: what do all these things have in common? Well, what do they have in common? Everyone's career benefits from good handwriting. And if you look at this, the world benefits too. And I mean, seriously, the world does benefit because, I mean, for example, if we take a look at the statistics here, I believe every year in the US, poor handwriting is attributed to 7,000 deaths. And, you know, if you're a coding interview and if you want to write the your code on the board, your interviewer will love seeing your beautiful handwriting. And of course, teaching. You know, if your students know how to read your whiteboard text, then we're chilling. All right, so let's talk about our Falcon vision. The business world runs off of written communication. Lives rely on the preciseness of this communication, and it is an imperative skill for not only the individual, but it's a duty for a world as a whole. And we need a way to bridge the gaps to allow for others to connect through written means. So our problem, we need to make written communication an accessible skill for everyone. So our solution, a platform that allows anyone with a computer and a camera to see how their handwriting stacks up and make good improvements. So what's our solution? What does our solution contain? What does it entail? It entails fun, breaking down societal boundaries, an easy to use service, a low barrier to entry, and multilingual support. English, Spanish, German, Italian, Portuguese, and French. And it's fire, it's lit in general. It's lit. Anyways, so I'm gonna take it off.
So I'm next. So what is Falcon Scratch? So we wanted to make an application and we wanted to give users an experience that democratizes written communication more than like just typing and stuff. The application scores users based off of users' neatness and speed of their handwriting. So, and we also wanted to make it designed that it is fun and engaging for the user, and it improves users' handwriting, whether it is they are learning a new language or they are writing their native ones. So how do we use it? So the user would first enter or choose a passage that they would want to copy, and then they are required to like write on a piece of paper or anything, basically on their desk or something with like a pencil or pen. And then like the timer will start and the user has a set amount of time to write as much words as they can neatly and cleanly. So then when the timer runs out, the user will take a picture and they will upload it onto the site. And the application will judge the user's handwriting based off of a score it will give. And it will use our algorithm that calculates the score based off of the user's handwriting. And then the score will be uploaded to a leaderboard, which compares to other users around the world.
Oops. So how does it work? The power of machine learning. Big cloud. Unfortunately, we use AWS instead of Azure. But anyways, big cloud. Totally advanced algorithmic techniques. And I mean totally advanced. We use dynamic programming, Levenshtein distance to come up with a great rating, and of course mathematics, and of course we used React. Anyways, let's go to the demo, and as you can see, we have so many beautiful Falcons, Falcon jets, and Falcon rocket ship. So let's go to the demo. I hope you guys will enjoy this. All right. Okay. I'm scared. Let's see. What the? Okay, okay. Let's go. Just dev. Yes, sir. All right, let's go. So as you can see here, we have this UI. It says it's Falcon Scratch, and we can have a button that randomizes any passages that we want to write down. So let's click randomize, and as we see here, we get a German text. So I don't know how to pronounce this, but it means something. Anyways, so let's take out a pre-canned piece of written text that I've written here. Just a photo here, and it says whatever that says. And oh my god, I can't see the upload button. Anyways, there we go. And I'm clicking open, and I'm gonna click submit. And as you can see, there's a text analysis, and we're gonna wait here. And we get the alert. Congratulations, Chunky Charles. Your score was 1690 according to the algorithm. The leaderboard, we got the leaderboard now. And as you can see, since I've pretty much just tested it on this pre-canned photo, you know, it's a deterministic score, of course. So as you can see, it works. So let's try another one. Let's try another one. I don't think I didn't make a pre-canned one for this one. Yes, so Aurora Borealis at this time of year. Take a look at this one. So and then this one is just a piece of actual text. So you know, it can work as well. Congratulations, Chunky Charles. Another win, another W. And then some more ones, you know. This one is also a good one because I handwritten this one, and this is in English as well. So my name is Giovanni Giorgio, but everybody calls me Giorgio. And then click submit. Oh my god, Chunky Charles. Ooh, I don't know if that was a W because it's not a win here, but you know. And then, you know, we have all these other things, and yeah, it just keeps randomizing, and that's how we go about it. And eventually we can we do enough of these, and you become a faster, better writer over time, and hopefully you can write a better prescription, you can be a better teacher, and you know, just in general improve your career by having good written communication. So thanks for watching this, and hope you guys really enjoyed this.
That was super cool. I imagine this could actually be very useful for someone learning a language with maybe an alphabet they're not familiar with. But I guess similar question to, I think, another team. How accurately does it score the results? Like if you put in a picture of my face in, what would you know, the score be? Something like that.
I would say it's actually incredibly accurate because we can actually even like take a look at what the API or what the text that's being detected here. So for example, if I go to another one, so here's another one. If you might think you peeped the scene, you haven't. Let's take a look at this one. So we have so over here we have a piece of text right here. I mean, it's actually not handwritten, but you know, it'll be detected. We can even go with another handwritten one. So I'm going to upload this, and we can see what it detects here. So right here, you might think you peeped the scene, you haven't. The real one's far too mean. So this is perfect text, right? It's perfect handwriting, so we can see that the algorithm gives it a score, and it uses Levenshtein distance to write this. If we and then of course I want to also just just wanted to show like a piece of actual handwriting to show how accurate this is with handwriting. So we can take a look at German submit, and as you can see, it properly shows this, and of course it's not completely accurate here. So there's some discrepancies here, and yes, it's quite accurate.
So the idea is that if it picks up the text properly, it's a higher score. But if the model doesn't pick up the text perfectly, then that means that the handwriting isn't as good. Or am I kind of missing out?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. If the model does not detect, the model will the model kind of serves as an objective means to assess a handwriting. Yeah.
Yeah, to follow up on Will's question, can you just upload an incorrect sample for one of these?
Yeah, sure. Here's the thing. The big thing is that I actually the file thing is kind of weird. So I'm gonna have to actually kind of hard code it in this case because we had like a hard time kind of like going towards so it actually does scan a file, but we have to actually the file names are kind of hard coded into the file reader. So let's
rename the file.
Yeah. Anyways, so let's go to our text reader. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. So as you can see, it's kind of hard coded, but this is actually read by the it's actually read by the let's see here.
Okay, so you were just having some problems with the sort of the file upload interface.
Yep. So let's take a look at a unrelated image file, which I do have. So let's use this React logo. Let's see here. So if I go to like logo 512.png here, and we can just keep refreshing until we get the German version. Here it is. Right here. So I'm going to submit this. What it does is just submits the React image, and yeah, eventually we can just we can just keep reading this. Let's see here.
We're also gonna have to cut it off soon for the next presentation, but I see someone raising their hand, so we can maybe take that question.
Sure. Let's take a look here. Is it always 60 seconds? Yes. It just
we could change that. We could change it to like 5 minutes, 3 minutes in like the future. For now, it's just like 60 seconds for the demo.
I mean, from my perspective, I think this would be more suited to a phone, and then it would be a count up, and then whenever you're finished, you take a photo of your writing. I think the hardest thing would be to police someone not writing it before and then taking the photo, but I think that comes down to random sentence generation and whatnot.
Sure, for sure. I totally agree with that. It's just kind of like we just kind of pivoted throughout the hackathon, and
yeah,
I guess
it's a great starting point.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, great for children. I totally agree with that. And of course, also people who just want to. I mean, I think I have chicken scratch, so. Well, yeah. Thanks for watching. If there's any last questions or anything, I would really love to take those questions. And yeah.
I have one question before we move on. Is if you learned anything new for this project, like personally, like technologies, languages?
100%. Yeah, I got my feet wet with just like working with AWS. I was using AWS. I've only used like EC2, so just using their like TextRact their tool, like that was something I used. I gotta finally work with React. I've never used React before. And just honing my skills on just backend type tools. I will say, like, the backend worked perfectly for a long time. It was really just working with the front end that took. Oh my god, yeah. That was the hard part. So yeah.
Yep. Thanks a lot for your presentation. If there are more questions for Matt and his partner, you can keep that in the chat. But we'll move on to the next team. otherwise.
Yeah, so Joudat says, I noticed for the German prompt, the text isn't captured accidentally A. Just want to point it out. So maybe it was just like probably I didn't you know, if I was neater, maybe the picture would have been caught. But yeah, thank you. Have a good day, guys. Thank you. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna unshare my screen now, if that's already been unshared.
Yep. Thanks.
Awesome. Cool.
Well, it's still okay. Yep. It's still sharing, I think.
Whoa.
Yep.
There we
it's
go.
Good now. Yep. And our next team is Hardware Hardies. Good to hear.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Let me just share my screen. Okay. 1 second. I just have to allow Zoom to share my screen. Let me just open up my settings. Sorry about this. Oh, I'm gonna have to quit the app to quickly save the change. I'll be back in just a second. Sorry about that.
For sure. For sure.
Perfect. I'm back. Let me try to share my screen again. Okay. Can you see this slideshow?
Yep. You can see it.
Perfect. Okay. And there we go. So welcome to our project. It's called the Personal Website Generator. So what is this project? This project allows users to browse through different templates to create a personal website. So a user can select a template that they'd like to use and then fill in their personal information to generate custom code based off of their inputs. So when the user submits their personal information, they're given the option to download the HTML and CSS files for the template they selected. These HTML and CSS files are the same as the template they selected. However, they will include the user's information. So what was our inspiration for this project? Well, we wanted a way to easily generate a clean personal website for people who have weak web development and design skills. So for example, say you're in first year, you'd like to get an internship for the summer, although you haven't really learned any web development yet. With this, you'd be able to choose one of our personal templates, fill in your information, and easily generate a personal website for yourself. And all you'd have to do is just host the website, and then you're good to go. So it makes it really easily to set up your own personal website, which would give you an edge when you run you through a live demonstration of our project. So here's the homepage. On the homepage, you have these different templates for a website. So we have 9 different ones. For each template, you can either preview it or select it. So say you go, this one looks cool. Let's preview this one. So on here, you can see you have your name, maybe your occupation here. You have an about you section, your skills, your projects, and then a little contact me form. Say you want to check out another one, maybe you don't like this one. Let's check out this one. We can preview this. Here you can see your name, occupation, a couple different social media links. Then you have about me, some projects, and then some skills. Okay, great. Say the user likes this template. So you can go and you can select this template. When you select it, it's going to fill all the information that you can customize on it. So for example, let's go through and fill this out. So I'm just going to leave these links for now, just for the sake of time. And then I'll copy some lorem ipsum text as well for the sake of time. So in the description, I'll put some lorem ipsum. Say for my first project, I made a Twitter clone. And then for the second project, say I made a Discord bot. And then for the third project, say I participated in a hackathon. Okay, well, let's go through the skills now. For the first skill, say you know C, and you're really good at C, so you have a high skill level. So you just started learning Java, maybe you don't know as much as that. You can say, oh, maybe this person knows a lot of PHP. Maybe they're also pretty decent at HTML and also pretty decent at CSS. Okay, so now you've done the filling in form portion. So now you can go and download the template. So here you brought to this page, you can download the HTML and download the CSS, and then you can go home. So now I'll show you how easy it is to be able to use it. So I'll drag and drop these two files into a VS Code window. And right now it just has the bracket 9 and the bracket 11 because I've tested this quite a few times. But let me just rename these and remove the brackets for the number. So let me, I'm just going to host this with live server. It just makes it easier to view the website. It's a little extension on VS Code. So let me open this up, and then you can see you have the website with all the personal information you entered, the About Me section, the projects, and the skills. So one thing you might notice in this is you might be thinking, okay, where were those images? Because there's no image here, and there's no images for the projects that on the static version. If we go back home, you'll see that there is a background image here, and there's 3 images. So that was one of the major projects that we ran into here. Basically what happened was we ran into some trouble with uploading images. So basically, as you can see on this, there's no images for the dynamic version, but yeah, that's what we'd like to include in the future implementation. So then moving on to the future plans for this project. Obviously, we'd love to fix the issue with uploading image files. If the user actually could upload image files, I think the templates would look a lot better because images obviously just make it look a lot better. We'd also love to make the form more dynamic. So as you can see on here, there's only like 3 projects that you can have on this, or maybe 5 skills. Well, what if the user maybe only wants 2 projects, or what if they want 7 skills instead of 5? I'd love to make it in the future so that on the form you can dynamically add and remove projects and skills. I think that'd make the project a lot more versatile. But yeah, that is the end of our presentation. Anyone have any questions?
I love it. I need to use this. I currently don't have a personal website.
yeah, definitely really helpful.
It's kind of interesting how in your demo, the guy that needs to use this had a very high proficiency in HTML and CSS already.
Yeah, good point. But yeah, and then also I'd like to mention we had 2 team members in first year. So actually, this was their first big project with HTML and CSS, and they learned GitHub for the first time, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I was about to ask that. So awesome.
Yeah, as you can see, we've here, these 2 templates here are mine. These 3 here are one of my buddies, Ned, in first year. These 2 here are one of my buddies, Mark, in first year. And these 2 here are my friend Griffin, who's also in second year. But yeah.
Very cool. Are there any other questions for Jeffrey? Doesn't look like it.
Awesome.
If there are more questions, you can take it in the chat. Otherwise, move on to the next submission.
Perfect. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, thanks for your
Thank you.
presentation. And our next team is What is C? So if you're here, as always, unmute, share your screen.
It's a question I always ask myself. What is C?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay, easy.
Hi there, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So we are What is C, and the project we decided to come up with was a website to view data from Spotify. So can you see my screen all right before I continue?
Yep.
Okay, great. So first, it asks the user to log into Spotify on the homepage, and it brings up Spotify's authorization. Upon logging in, you get to view the website, which has an array of search engines for different things, podcasts, playlists, albums, songs, and artists currently. So if I wanted to search for a podcast like Joe Rogan or something, it'll show me the image, the name, total episodes from the podcast, a brief description, and it embeds one of the most recent episodes or the first result of the podcast. And for the playlist functionality, it does something similar. You type in whatever you want to search, bring up the first search result, and embed the Spotify player inside. It works the same for every field, but I might as well show you while I'm here. Albums, it will show you data, the name, artist, release date, total tracks, and it'll also bring an embed from Spotify. And for songs, it does the same thing. Any song names you'd like to test out? Because I'm drawing a blank right now.
Baby Shark.
Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck.
Shark,
Okay, that's. I'll do Thunderstruck for now. I could be there. Thunderstruck. It'll bring up your album cover, album, track number, and duration, as well as the Spotify embed. And for artists, same thing. It'll give you a name, the artist picture on Spotify, associated genre, and amount of followers, along with the top tracks from the artist built in.
So yeah, I guess I'll just talk about some of our thoughts and processes now. So I guess the first question is like, how is this product useful? And honestly, we use this hackathon as a time to improve ourselves, try something new, and kind of like most importantly, see what hackathons are all about, because we're all first years, and I mean, this is our first project. So obviously we created a simple website using React and use Spotify's API for searching songs to give back basic data. And even though it's super basic and kind of looks like a 1998 GeoCities website, the main goal was just to try something out of our comfort range and make something that just functions. None of us had used React before, Spotify's API, and even like Git in like a collaborative way. Like we've had our own repositories and pushed ourselves, but not as a group, I guess. And JavaScript at all. None of us have really worked with it. So yeah, that's kind of why we went with this whole route with SpotAview.
Yeah, and I mean the main sort of topic behind the project, like, or the main theme of the hackathon was improving your career. And I think I think even if it isn't something that's on a resume, it's a good, like fairly quick, simple project. And I think one of the main keys is that it's an introduction into JavaScript, especially since things like React and Vue are so popular. And it's a good idea, or a good way to kind of have a gateway into more JavaScript frameworks. And collaboration is a big thing too, especially on the job. And like Jonathan mentioned, none of us had used GitHub, or I didn't use GitHub, but the other two had some limited experience. So this was kind of the main thing that kind of would help boost your career.
And then I guess for challenges that we faced, so when we were trying to use the Spotify API, we would get tons of access errors. And I mean, being relatively new, it was kind of hard to read, like, and try to understand what those errors actually meant, especially when a lot of them were pretty vague. And then I guess struggling with OAuth and the developer dashboard at Spotify itself was pretty frustrating at times. Like the website's actually live right now using GitHub Pages, but you can't really use it because we found out that Spotify had just like implemented this new thing where you have to like approve users before they get to use your app. So it kind of like screwed us over in the long run, because we couldn't really show like a live demo. But I think for what we did, especially just being able to do it on our own computers, I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, very cool. Are there any questions? Or what is C?
Other than what is C?
Yeah, what is C?
It's pretty painful, especially pointers. I'm still getting flashbacks.
Yeah.
Looks like there are no questions. So we'll move on to the next team. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And our next team is programmers. So.
All right, that's us. I'm just going to share my screen, and then Myrna can start us off. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. Hi, everyone. My name is Myrna.
And my name is Ben.
We are team programmers, and the project we decided to do is called My Finances. Next slide. This app helps the user keep track of all areas of your personal finance. It also helps keep track of your spendings and displays your monthly overall spendings in a pie chart. Every month, the user's transactions get saved and displays the recent transactions. So for example, in January, if you spend $200 for transportation and $600 on groceries, the user's transaction history will be saved automatically on their device. Users can also add and modify categories and add or remove accounts, such as their checking accounts. And we also had an idea to display an individual bar that records how much users spend so far during the month and tells the user how much money is remaining in their budget. Users also have the option to set their own monthly goals per category. For example, if the user wants to spend $400 on groceries this month, they have the option to set that as their goal under their specific category. Next slide. Our project helps improve our career since we were able to learn new software tools and technical skills for creating an Android and iOS app. Also, we were able to work as a team and build network, which will benefit us in our career since many careers require some form of communication and team building skills. During this hackathon, we learned to communicate better as a team as we were able to improve with our presentation skills, which will help us during the interview process of our careers. This project can also be taken further by adding it onto our resumes, which will show recruiters our career interest and initiative. Although our app isn't completely functional, our app concept is beneficial since the user gets to organize their finances efficiently, and it helps the user meet their financial goals. Similar to Wave that provides financial services, our app records transactions and the user's finance. I'll now pass it over to my team member, Ben, who will go into detail about our app concept.
Okay, so I'm Ben, and I'll be going a bit more into the details about the app. So when we decided we want to continue with the idea of an app to manage your finances, we had a few challenges. Okay, so we had to make a few key decisions in regards to how we structured our app. Specifically, our decisions revolved around the idea that finances are actually quite sensitive information and they should be handled with care. So one question we asked ourselves was, where should finances be stored? And so we thought of two solutions. We could store finances server side, and we can also store it client side. And so there's benefits and drawbacks to both of them. But yeah, so server side would sort of like centralize everything. And in that way, it would be much easier to sync across multiple devices. But then it would also be sort of like a bigger target for like data breaches. And especially like as a small app, a small company, like we don't really want to inflict that kind of responsibility on ourselves. So that's another drawback. It also makes a feature like encryption, if ever we want to add it in the future, it makes encryption much more difficult because then all of a sudden you have a lot of data on the server. And say, for example, you wanted to list all your transactions on the client, well, then you would either have to send the entirety of the transactions database over the wire, which might be very big, or you would have to somehow implement paginated encryptions. And so essentially encryptions would be very tricky if done server side. And so another approach that we looked at was to store finances client side. And so some of the benefits are that data is owned by the user. So when the user uninstalls their app, that's it, like all their data is gone. And so they have a lot more control over their data. And there's no or very little infrastructure costs associated with storing everything client side. And also it works offline. And encryption is much more feasible because there's only one place where it is, and there's no need to send any blobs anywhere. And yeah, it's just much more feasible. But the main drawback with this approach is that everything is on one device, And say, for example, you wanted to access your finances on another phone. Well, that wouldn't really be easily doable because everything would be stored on your main device. So you would need some kind of connection between your phone and another device. Okay, so next. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of technologies, we chose to go with an offline mobile app. So the idea with the mobile app would be to store everything on the user's phone. So transactions, accounts, categories, with an easy to use and intuitive interface. And so for the mobile app, we decided to go with React Native and TypeScript. And for those of you that don't know, React Native is a cross-platform Android and iOS framework. It's built on top of React. And so the app state is managed with Redux. And so, yeah, so all your financial info is stored on the phone storage. And yeah, now I'm going to show a demo of the app. So this is the app on my phone right now. So at the top here, you have budget accounts. So right now there's checking account, savings account, credit card. You can add accounts, you can remove accounts, you can rename accounts, and then you have different categories. So when you add a transaction, you can categorize that transaction as specific things. For example, yeah, you can categorize transactions as groceries, rent, cell phone, etc. And so if we hop over on the transactions page, at the top here, you can select your account. So checking, savings, credit card, and you can see all the different transactions that happen on that account. And yeah, you can see it chronologically. You can also add a transaction. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can add a comment. And yeah, that's it for the demo, but just gonna hop over to next steps. Okay, so originally we wanted to add a dashboard to the app, similar to how WhatsApp does it with WhatsApp Web, where essentially you can access it. You can access your finances from a desktop, and then it would essentially connect your phone via WebRTC, and that would be facilitated by an API that would will connect the web interface to your phone via some kind of QR code. We also want to add a dashboard to see your monthly spending. You know, if you've met your budget and stuff like that. We also want to add goals, so you can set goals for specific categories, set spending goals, and see if you've met them and by how much. But all of those, we kind of ran out of time. I think the next feature we would probably add would be a dashboard, and a web interface would be probably last. So yeah, so that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Howdy. So I think I was seeing a demo at one point. Is that was that like a React Native code? Or was that like a big mess?
Yeah.
Android emulator?
This is my phone. I'm using let me see here. A screen copy.
Right.
Yep.
So yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, that clarifies it.
To clarify something else as well, you have to manually add the transactions to the app.
Yeah. So
Okay.
these are just kind of randomly generated just to like fill up space, but you can add a transaction here. Yeah.
I think definitely in some respects, it'd be useful to add a little bit of a help section in the app to understand what's going on, because I imagine some people don't understand the concept of crediting and debiting certain accounts. Some people aren't familiar with accounting terminology.
Yeah, I was considering just merging credit and debit into just one field, and then you can add just a minus if it's a debit, and just leave out the minus if it's credit. So that would be potentially a change. Any other questions?
I think there was a question in the chat. I'm not sure if you addressed it. It's just asking, can you show adding a transaction?
Okay, adding a transaction. All right. Let's say transactions like 502. And so there's also like form validation here, but anyways. You want to add it to, say, your credit card. You want to say it was for transportation, like you took the bus or something. You could say you took the bus. And yeah, so if you hit submit, then it should be somewhere here. Somewhere.
How are they stored in right now?
Right now it's Redux. Well, it doesn't seem to be working right now, but it's stored in Redux, and then it's stored on the phone just in like JSON right now. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Are there any other questions for the team name programmers? All right. That's the case. Thanks for your presentation. We'll move on to the next team.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for listening.
Thanks.
And next team is N.U.M. So if you're here, share your screen, unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Nick.
I should have access to share screen. Perfect. And I'm assuming you can see the screen here.
Yep, we can see it. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda, and I have a story to tell you. So I have a friend named Jared. Jared is a co-op student currently working as a software developer. He struggles working remote and always talks about having a hard time focusing and forgetting to take health breaks, like even just getting water or looking away from his screen. This is a common problem nowadays, now more than ever, with COVID getting worse again. We're on our screens a lot, and we need a way to solve this problem. So our solution is N.U.M Alert, which is a work focus aid. Our program allows you to set up alerts to help you manage your time for breaks and reminders, as well as restrict tempting apps, choosing from a list which application that you want to close automatically when you open it. Finally, as we return to in-person work, you can turn on COVID alerts, which gives you, after a certain amount of time, gives you how many cases are in a country of your choosing. So hopefully as that number starts going down, we'll feel a little more comfortable returning to in-person work.
And now just time for a quick demonstration of how the program works. So as you can see here, there's 4 tabs, one for recurring alerts, one for timed alerts, one for restrictions, and one for extras. So a lot of these are health oriented. So drink water, get a snack, like drink water, remember to eat, stretch, take a walk, so on and so forth. So in this case, we will create an alert to drink water, and we're just going to name it hydrate. So we're going to set it to go off once every minute, and we're going to make the alert last for 10 seconds in this case. And we're going to add alert, and you'll see in current recurring alerts, it will add drink water and say to hydrate, and it'll say it's going to go off every minute. So timed alerts work in a similar way. So we'll do something along these lines, and we're going to make it go off at, we'll say 5:22, just so it goes off at some point in the demonstration. And then we're also going to make this one a 10-second alert as well. Mind you, you can always create multiple alerts of either. So if you want multiple of these, they will just be added to this list.
So my name is Vlad, and I was directly responsible for the restrictions tab. As mentioned before, one of the most common distractions is the apps in your computer, obviously. And the restrictions tab is here to deal with that. As Nick is demonstrating here, say our distracting app is Edge. So you can select Edge from the available applications on your PC, and you can add it to the banned section. Obviously, you can add more than one app, but for the sake of demonstration, it's only going to be Microsoft Edge. Once you're satisfied with how many apps you pick, you can turn on focus mode. And after a minute, it's going to turn off it's going to attempt to turn off every single application that is listed in the banned applications. We decided to go with a minute because after excessive testing, we didn't want to hog system resources. And it felt like a nice compromise to the user as well. So there is also Extras tab, and Nick will take over from here.
So absolutely. So there is the Extras tab here, which is a COVID-19 alert web scraper, actually. So you can see that you can receive COVID case alerts, and if you click on it, you'll note that it'll say it takes a second to load. It's because it's doing a full web scrape and everything along those lines. It does sadly take a minute, but it'll say notify every. In this case, you want it to notify every, it's saying 1 hour, and it goes up by increments of hours, but currently the implementation only works like it's for minutes so that we can demonstrate it properly. We'll set it to be for Canada, and we'll set the notification duration to be for 15 seconds. And as you can see, Edge closed properly. And yeah, so that's the end of the demonstration. At some, I believe at 5:22, this should go off. Sometimes, sadly, the notifications get like Windows is very stingy about sending multiple notifications. It works solid 90% of the time. I think right now, sadly, it's not fully working, but I guess we'll see when the alert goes off at 5:22. But as you will note, the restrictions tab did work.
All right, so looking ahead to our future career, we'll have this program available as a tool to help before the problem actually starts occurring, especially since all of us are second year students with our first co-op semester coming up. This should help us very soon. We also think it's a really cool project for our resumes that we're looking forward to developing more in the future.
So obviously, as any project goes, it comes with its challenges, and this one is no exception. So in our case, obviously, all of us had our own individual challenges, but our biggest challenge so far has been managing a multi-person Git project. As Menzi mentioned before, we are second year students, and we have used Git before, but not to the same scale as we have now. But I feel like we did learn a lot. On top of that, it was also our first hackathon ever. So coming up with topics, managing resources, and just everything in general, we didn't know how to do beforehand. So we had to figure that out as well. So I could say it definitely went good. And given the opportunity, we will do it again, and we will do it better.
So absolutely, and thank you for that. One thing I actually noticed while doing the presentation is that I had this disabled. So notifications from apps and other senders. So that is one thing about technicalities here as well, is the fact that you do need restrictions to, like, you need to disable restrictions, everything like that. It's sadly just a reality. You can't, as far as I know, you can't override what Windows wants for you. You have COVID alerts, so it displays the amount of current active cases as given by this. And then there's just restrictions, and it only lists install path applications. And then the timers are sadly Windows 10 exclusive. Also, as you'll notice, those two went off at the exact same time. But yeah, so drink water, hello. That was a recurring alert I just created there just to make sure that we would get something working inside the demonstration. You'll notice it lasted 10 seconds, and yeah, so there's that. I'm also going to turn back on the COVID alerts just during the Q&A. Hopefully it will send a notification during the Q&A just so you can see how it works. So there's that, and I wanted to throw it to everyone else if you had any questions.
are the COVID alerts for worldwide COVID cases, or is it possible to get more specific? Like, say I live in Toronto, get me cases for that.
Sadly, so we didn't have implementation for Toronto. At one point, I think we were going to do by province or by individual area. Also, you'll notice the recurring alert came back. We were gonna do it by province, everything like that. It just we figured it would be better just to have countries, and also like that was more of a complex scraping problem as well. So I think it lists 29 countries. So like if we want USA, we can get USA, so on and so forth.
It's definitely on our list of things to add, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'd probably add a thing here for if say especially probably Canada only, because it'd be getting very in depth if we had more than that. But like maybe we could add provinces and territories and how many COVID cases or anything along those lines. Is there any other questions?
Doesn't seem like it. So
I'm hoping in like 2 seconds the notification goes off then, because I mean there's that notification. That's better than nothing, but yeah, so the notifications weren't working during the demo because of a mistake on my end, but
no worries.
But yeah, so that's the program. Perfect. Thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
And yeah, thanks for the presentation. Our next team is Cracked Coders. So if you're here, you know what to do.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. I'll share my screen. You guys see?
Yes, we can see.
All right. So basically, what we tried to make here, so we saw the theme was improving your career. So we tried making a job application tracker. So we know that when we're co-op students, like we're going to be applying to many jobs and stuff, and we want to keep track of everything that we've applied to, like the status and all that stuff. So what we tried to make here is a job application tracker. We used the MERN stack. So we used MongoDB for the database. We use Express for the backend, React, and Node.js. So this is the demo of the app. So first, when you come to the app, it'll ask you to log in or create an account. If you don't have any credentials, you click this button, and I'm going to add a random John Doe. And once you register, you get a pop-up. And once you have that, we can put that same credentials here, and it'll take you to this page. So this page is empty right now, but we can fill it up later. So it shows us our company, position, and status as a shallow view. So if we click on add new application, we'll add a Google software engineer and role at Google. So this, you can choose what date you apply to this, either today, it defaults to today, but you can say like any date you want. So we'll say yesterday we applied. And so this is the status. So you can say if you, usually when you first add one, it'll be, you should probably choose applied, but we'll see how we can change that later. So once we add application, it'll show up here. And this is just a shallow view of it. So once you click details, it'll show everything as uneditable text fields. And all you would be able to change here is the status. So based on if you got applied, or sorry, if you got accepted or rejected, let's say we got scheduled an interview with them, we can save that and it'll get updated here. So we'll add another quick one to show. So we'll choose today's date and we'll say that we were rejected. So yeah, so it'll keep showing up here, and this is just a way to keep track of all your applications that you've done, and you can update, and let's say we can delete this one, the Google one here, and it goes away. And yeah, that's pretty much the view of the app. If Ali wants to talk about the what we could improve on for next time and stuff.
Yeah, okay, hi, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hear you.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, okay. So one of the main issues we had, Manish, if you can log out, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're on the login page, the nav bar still shows up and you could just press home and it
It'll
would
still go
take
to
you to the thing. So it kind of defeats the purpose of having the login page.
But yeah,
So
but the
like
login
if
page,
we had
it's
more
still,
time, yeah, the login page works. Like when you put like a wrong username
yeah.
password.
So since I did John Doe, I'll put John No, and it'll say invalid credentials because that doesn't exist in our database. So that doesn't work.
But like
yeah,
having that nav bar kind of like defeats the purpose. And then like if they know the URL addresses, they could just go to the pages straight away. So like if we had more time, we would probably try to like implement a token system where like they could only log in if the token was like in the browser.
Yeah.
Then another issue we had was I
There's
think
also like
yeah.
this is just a local host app. We were gonna deploy to Heroku, but we got about, like, I tried doing that and it was already like 8 a.m. in the morning and we couldn't figure that out just yet. But yeah, that's also another thing. We would want this to be hosted on like a thing so we can click a link and then go to it. And yeah, this was like our first actual hackathon, so it was fun working all night
Yeah,
and
and
all
like
day.
it was our first time working in a Go project, so just like assigning tasks and like using GitHub and stuff. It was a good learning experience, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much our application.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ali and Manish?
I'll say that something I just love hearing over and over again is this was our first hackathon. We learned so much. We learned Git. If you're using Git for the first time in a team here, it's something you're probably going to be using for, I don't know, maybe the rest of your life or however long until Git is still relevant, or a similar version control, software in the future. Like this is the beginning. Your next hackathon, you're gonna like if this is the project you made now, your next hackathon is gonna be awesome. But yeah, any more questions for this team from anyone?
Doesn't look like.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Well,
so
congrats.
thanks.
On my screen.
And next up we have Joudat Haroon. So if you're here, you know what to do. Hello.
Howdy.
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Yep.
For sure.
All right, let me just set it up. Screen share.
Yep, whenever you're ready. We're kind of ahead of schedule anyways.
Right. All right. Yeah. Almost done setting everything up.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, what the heck? How do I get rid of this? All right. Yeah, so my project is just a 2D golf game. Yeah. So what is it about? It's just intended to be a simple 2D golf game that's supposed to have multiplayer functionality, but I mean, I didn't get to that yet. So yeah, that's just how it is. It was built using HTML, CSS, and pure JavaScript. So like I didn't use any other libraries just because I was just learning JavaScript over the winter break, and I didn't really understand how to like use any other stuff like Angular or whatever. So yeah, these are some of the features that that I was planning to add, but I couldn't due to time constraints. So for example, multiplayer, yeah, I would have to learn how to use something called socket.io, but I mean, I didn't have the time to learn that during the making of this project. I didn't set up an end condition. Neither did I add a scoring system or accounts or cosmetics. The physics is a little bit off. Yeah, so on, so forth. Some of the issues that I faced while like making the project, so like actually trying to code it out. Yeah, so just trying to implement power behind a shot. It took me like forever to figure that out. So like the whole thing in order to shoot is to hold down spacebar, and then when you release it, it fires based on how long you held it up to a maximum amount of 1.5 seconds. But the problem that I faced was that it kept counting the time between the last instance of the spacebar event and the first instance of the spacebar getting released. So that ends up being like 0.000 whatever seconds instead of like 1.5 seconds or like, you know, like the proper input. So figuring that out just took forever for me. I I don't really understand how to animate stuff. So there's like a power bar in the game that changes colors based on how much power there is behind the shot. And just fine tuning the HTML just took forever to figure out. So yeah, this link doesn't work. So I just opened it up in a new tab. Yeah, here it is. Oh wait, yeah, it's supposed to have a little, oh, it's not even working. That's awkward. Anyways. Oh my God. Okay, so I have some explaining to do. So so I developed everything on my computer, and for some reason Zoom doesn't work on my computer. So I have to like go on my laptop, and then I kind of downloaded all my files on this laptop, and now I'm running stuff, and now it's just not working. So I don't understand that.
Sure, this might not be optimal, but you could use your webcam to film your screen.
Yeah, learn from your phone,
Yeah.
phone and film it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could probably do that. No
For sure.
problem. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. That's just, I don't know why it wouldn't work, but
Would the browser version of Zoom work on your computer, or
no, I tried that. It just like goes to like some 404 page. Like I don't understand.
Yeah. Yep, code portability turns out to be a difficult and common problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me figure this out. Hold up.
I want to see the game.
So let me just end screen share for now.
Mhm.
Oh man, I don't know how to use Zoom. Okay.
Don't worry, this meeting is like my first time using Zoom in a large setting because I use WebEx at work, so it's just a different environment for me.
Oh, all right. Sorry, man. I'm kind of sick, so like I might be coughing a lot.
No worries.
If you're having trouble, if we can give you some time to set things up and add you at the end of the presentations, if that would be easier.
I have it almost set up. I think it'll be okay.
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Right. Let's see if this works. All right, here it is, I think. Do you guys see anything?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, that's just. I thought I pressed the button. Oh, I didn't somehow. Okay, that's weird. All right, do you guys see stuff now?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, sweet. I hope you can see the entire screen.
If you pointed down a little bit, it would be better.
Like that?
Yep.
Maybe even just a little bit more, if possible.
No problem.
Yep.
That's good.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, so it's just supposed to have this like little animation thing that I added.
Nice.
Yeah. And now the multiplayer just doesn't work, unfortunately, because I'm not at that level yet. Yeah, so we hop into this. So far, this is all I have. Basically, there's some basic functionality. It's going a little too crazy. The physics aren't realistic, as you can probably tell.
Not bad.
Yeah, and yeah, this is all I could do as the animation for the power bar.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So it goes from yellow to like red and like darker red.
Yeah, at red and dark red, it's just like it's capped, so it's just kind of showing that it's capped. But yeah.
I still think it's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let me just.
Yep. Are there any questions for Joudat?
Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, the physics sim was pretty cool, especially if you just feel like pure, JS, and you're not super familiar with JS.
Yeah. All right. I guess there's no questions, right?
It doesn't seem like it.
All right. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks for your
so much.
presentation.
It's like that.
Yeah. Okay, we have a couple of minutes. But it's probably good to just keep going at this point.
Sure.
Yeah, the next team is GCC, Guelph Coding Club, I think. Interesting name, but if you're here, you know what to do.
I like the name. How'd you guys come up with it?
Yeah, so the GCC, it's almost Guelph Coding Club, but not actually. So it's the Glacier Coding crew. So our team is from Glacier at Guelph. We all live in the same tower. So yeah, so I'm gonna share our screen.
Yeah, is that the CS cluster?
Yeah, yeah, we are. Yeah, I think I'm only in software engineering, and then 4 other members in computer science.
Nice.
Okay, so I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, it's at the end. Okay. So our project is called Resume Analysis App, and we are a group of five members, first years at Guelph. So the idea. So before we get into numbers, I just want to talk about a story. How did this idea even pop up into my head? So my father, he is a software engineer, and he is on the hiring committee. And And there has been a lot of times where during the, during dinner, we all eat and he complains about how he gets a lot of resumes and he gets to go through all of them and sort out even the ones that are completely not relevant to the job position and stuff. So this is how we came up with this idea. And on average, a job opening receives 250 to 300 resumes, and almost 80% of those are considered unqualified, this type of job. So resume analysis app, what is it and how does it work? So the hiring committee uploads all the resumes into the app, and then the app uses an algorithm that separates them by scores. So the idea here is, for example, I'll do it on the example of the, for example, like if I'm applying for software engineering job, the different levels, like I don't know, junior level, medium, or senior level. And so the algorithm will give you, okay, so this resume corresponds to this level based on the keywords, special keywords, and different topics. So the potential for this app is the specifications to which job the resume is applicable. So it doesn't have to be the software engineering, can be applying to become a chef, can be applying to become a dancer, it doesn't matter. And the DCP usage, because if we can specify, then the whole company, for example, hiring for multiple positions, and there are, I don't know, thousands of resumes, and that's how DCP will get to work. And so just one note, this is just before, I think I said the live demo here in the quotes, but I just want to first go to the what did we learn. So to do this, we used JavaScript, Node.js. I just want to say that we're all unfamiliar with this environment, and we didn't know how to start a local server. So everything was new to us. And even though this project is incomplete, we're gonna show you what we've done and what works already. And my friend and my member of the group will do it. Daniel?
Yeah. Okay, I'll share my screen now. I have to stop sharing your screen, Aaron.
Yes, stop share.
Yeah. Okay, so there's basically, sure, I'll just share my entire screen. Okay, so basically there were two parts to it. So we have the web page part of it, and then we have the specific algorithm, and we had a lot of trouble and we were unable to actually connect them to each other and talk and handle uploading separately. But a lot of the time was spent towards just getting the file uploading and downloading to work. So we can upload files, we can upload multiple files, but that usually just breaks it. So I just press save it and it breaks on the web page for now, but as we can see, it does take in all of the text from the PDF and doesn't write it to a file right now because that's still broken, even though it says written successfully. So the other part will be on just handling the data. So we have just a sample text of what to look at. And bean.exe is, we coded this in C, so that's where the integrating the web server and algorithm together the troubles came from. So exe, so all it does simply is just take the work experience and return, it extracts the work experience for now, and which is not a particularly good indicator, but it's still something that indicates general work experience. Yeah, and that's all we have to show right now.
I love the idea, and I also love that all of you weren't familiar with Node.js, and then you got into it. It's super useful to learn like the popular kind of back end like programming language like that. And I don't know, the idea is great.
Yeah, it was really interesting. And I feel like understanding Node.js a bit more though. If I understood it, we probably would have got it a lot more done.
And probably just by kind of parsing resumes in C and having like a Node.js like kind of full stack app. That's what Angel of Death is. You know, the
Oh no.
But you guys are like more than prepared. You're done.
Okay, nice. That's really good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we were trying to use the mscripton there, but it just wouldn't work. Couldn't get it to work.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what does that 15 mean for total work experience? The output of when you were
just like the months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
We look at the months as well.
the idea there is where like to create some ranges, like like a certain number of marks, corresponds to this level, and like because it found that many keywords that this job positioning is looking for. Yeah.
Any other questions?
So the app is intended to be a just kind of like extracting from the resumes and then ranking them, or?
Yeah, that's sort of the idea, because like I guess employers, they have like a lot of resumes, and sometimes they want to sort through it for candidates that have more job experience or some particular aspect, and that makes it easier.
Yeah, and so then the employer basically doesn't have to read through all of them, and only like read through those that algorithm detected is more suitable for the job.
Okay.
I could also imagine this be useful if you have a few different resumes and like of your own, you just want to like compare them. Like if this project were completed.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And some things that we could definitely work on is just actually finishing it, putting it in a working state, and also expanding the types of resumes, because we only coded it for like resumes that have the specific title of work experience to detect each section.
Yeah, stuff like that is hard. There are parsers, like programs that probably parse stuff like this. I bet you could find a library that parses like PDF.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
So kind of future stuff.
We did have that, but the writing to file, we're still having trouble with. So that's why we couldn't use like the one here.
Sure.
You could also let like the user enter the job description, so it can like grade the resumes based on the description.
Yes, that would be great. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna continue working on this, and as I learn more, it's great.
Even if you guys don't finish it, like this would look great on your resume. You know, Node.js, it's a cool project.
Yeah, it certainly was. Thank you very much.
If there are no more questions, we'll move on to the next team.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. And our next team is Valgrind My Mind. So if you're here, unmute yourself, share your screen. Hello, they are here. Yay.
Yes, we are here. We're just setting up right now.
I love your team name.
Thank you.
And just as an update for everyone, this is our last two presentations. So we have Valgrind My Mind and then Hoopers, and then we'll be done with the demos, and we can have a small break before we announce the winners and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, just wondering if everyone is ready on our team.
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, ready.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, all right. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our presentation. We're the team Valgrind My Mind, and today we'll be talking to you about the Mood Ring, which is the product we've been working on today. These days. So this is an overview of what we'll be talking about, and we'd like to address all your concerns or questions at the end of the presentation. So without further ado, I'll just start with a guiding question asking you how long you spend on trying to find out that perfect song on Spotify at any time or day. Now, due to time restrictions, I won't ask anyone to answer this, but very often we would agree that we would find a song and then we realize that it just doesn't match what we were really looking for. And so guess what? This project is what is aiming to resolve that problem. So the idea of our project is basically using Spotify and having a web page that outputs the song matching an inputted mood. So we would do that by incorporating Spotify's API and then storing all of the moods, storing a dictionary of moods with the associated songs, and then adding it to a playlist on the user's account by matching features such as energy, danceability, and balance. And ideally, we'd like to have the user authenticate into their account and then adding a range of emotions and activities. But I hate to say that we didn't get to that point yet, but we still like to talk to you about the usage of our product.
Yes, I'll take it over from here. So some of the usages of this this thing we came up with is that one thing is that you can choose a specific song or a specific track that fits your mood, and we use that using as Cindy mentioned earlier, using the Spotify's web API, and the users like songs on their Spotify accounts. We can create a specific playlist based on a specific mood that they chose, such as broken or happy or energetic, and based on an arbitrary mood criteria that us as a group came up with. Another usage is that this can choose the music to adjust to a mood. And there's an interesting quote that music is especially a powerful stimulus for affecting moods by Gordon B. And this can also be used as marketing or personal purposes.
And that being said, I will introduce how we were able to complete this. So there were different connections that we had to make. So the first one is, would you be able to go to slide 6?
Slide 6.
Yeah, so slide 6, we did the one in the front, this music app PI. This is the backend. This is what connects to Spotify. And this is where we're getting all of our information. So in these screenshots, the first one, you can see that it says score. What is that? That is what we're calculating all of Spotify's values in order to determine what mood the certain song has. So we are using the valence, the danceability, and energy just to see how positive that song is. And then in the back, you can see there's mood.json web app.py. So along with that, there's the roots. So we are then able to connect this to a web page. And then the next slide is how we are able to do this. So this is the product demo, which is the introduced by the paper prototype, quote unquote. So since we are doing this digitally, you can't really write this on paper. So we pulled together a short PDF of how we would want this to be used by the user. And then that being said, I will share my screen and show you how we were able to create this. So all right. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
All right, great. So what we have is our different programs and then the outcome. So far we have just a main page, and all of this is done by the click of a button. So once you hit begin, you are authenticated to Spotify. I'm already logged in, so it will be able to show me the result. And this result is telling me that the song Former Vandal Athemia is the score of 1.098. And what is that? Well, it shows up on Spotify. So it will start by creating a playlist of songs that follow each mood. And how is that done? That's done through the mood.json file. So we have split everything from positive, negative, and neutral, with each of them having a range of values. So because we weren't able to completely get all of this completed, we are just able to list the actual songs and add those to your own Spotify playlist, a new one. And then from there, we'd be able to make it much more custom and add multiple songs from your liked songs into a curated playlist of just that mood. So you would have a happy playlist of all the happy songs. And then from there, you would be able to have a playlist based off of input. So if you wanted a cooking playlist, it'd be able to do that.
All right. So there's a lot of ways we could take this app
just to the next level, because this is sort of more of a minimum viable product rather than a full-on app. And if we take this further, we would probably look at using some sort of neural network or other machine learning technology in order to create better fits. Like, we might ask people on the website, did this work or did this not work? Give us your feedback, and then we could use that as data points to feed a neural network or some other sort of machine learning algorithm in order to make better results. We could also get more features of a song. There's detailed audio analysis, for example, but that takes a lot of computational power, as well as perhaps info from other sources like genre, stuff about genre tags and stuff like that. That might, like, we know certain genres might be better for certain things. Like, if we're looking for a sleeping playlist, we wouldn't choose death metal. Okay, so if we want to really speed this up, we could also use something like DCP to be able to run through all of the user songs and do more calculations in a shorter amount of time compared to just running it locally or through Chrome or on a smaller web server with limited bandwidth and limited processing power. We could also add more novelty features, such as showing like what is the most sleepy song in someone's library, like the most danceable song in someone's library. We could also add a feature that allows people to add stuff to their existing playlists rather than just creating a new one. And another option would be, thing we could do is putting it onto mass deployment onto like Amazon Web Services or something.
All right, and since this is Hack the Job, we have to talk about how this relates to our career. And so just like a lot of people here, our goal with this mainly was learning. And so we've used a lot of different applications and different coding languages and stuff that we weren't super familiar with before. And so, you know, we've gone through stuff like HTML, JavaScript, which can be used to build a personal website, is something we can use the skills that we've developed into something that's really useful. Implementing APIs like the Spotify thing we've been talking about, which was absolutely vital for this project that we're making. And also just developing user-friendly UI design so that, you know, the user can easily understand what to do when they're on the website and make sure that they don't have a frustrating time on it. And we also developed several soft skills like teamwork, stress management, communication, stuff like that, because it was very important when we were working on this project, and we definitely developed those skills.
Thank you everyone for your attention, and we'd like to open our floor for Q&As.
Have you thought about watch integration for like if people are working out or something?
That could be something to integrate in the future. We would have to figure out how to do that, but yeah, it's a good thought.
In order to do that also, because we do have also just additional features I didn't show in our demo, we have JSON and auth page that are pending. So those ones aren't fully functional, but what that does is you're able to recognize an open JSON file. So if you have your own sort of range of what you're looking for, you can enter that in. And then for authenticating, you'd be able to enter your email. And then from there, the that dev account for the Spotify app would be able to recognize and authenticate you automatically without having to log in prior to that.
Are there any other questions for Valgrind, my mind?
I'd go into the neural network stuff a little more deeper, but I think I have no more really like surface questions.
All right, so if no one else has any question, I'll stop share and give the floor to the next team.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, last but not least, we have Hoopers. If you're here, you know what to do.
All right, yeah. Oh yeah, just give us a second just to set up.
All right, hi everybody.
Howdy.
So, our project is called Ball Track.
All right. So what it is. So have you ever encountered yourself making your way all the way to your like local basketball court, whatever, and when you get there, you see that no one's there to play with? Well, with our app, you no longer need to go through such pain. Whether you're someone who's just looking for competitive runs or just someone who's new to the town, Ball Track is a solution for you. With Ball Track, users being able to see which courts are nearby and which ones are populated will give players the best idea of where and when they should go to play. So next. Now how it works. How it works, it's quite simple. Essentially, users are required to check in to the specific court they are at upon arrival and to check out once they leave. When users are checked in, their ID will show up publicly to indicate to other users what court they're at. By clicking on the map API, users will be able to not only register local courts, but by clicking on existing courts, they'll be given info on how many people and who is there. And then.
All right, so the code we use a bunch of different frameworks. So in order to do the web, like the backend for the web, we use Flask. And to show, to display the stuff, we use HTML and then CSS classes to like make it look better. And for the database, we use SQL and MongoDB. And we also use a bit of JavaScript because we use a map. So the JavaScript API to work the map, we use that. And so one thing that we did, I think, well, was our organization. So everything we did was separated to different branches, and they had like detailed Git messages. So we knew like, okay, what's being uploaded and like what it is. No? And we also used this like notepad type thing where you write your to-dos and then in progress, and you can move it to done, so you know exactly what's being completed and what's being worked on currently. So I think that's our organization. And for the demo, I have so I'm just going to log out. So basically, you just go on the website. It's not posted obviously, but you can go to the website, you can sign up. So I'm going to sign up as well. Just for time, I'm just going to copy this over. So we're in. We can actually go to register a court. So let's say you want to make a court like wherever you want, and this court is going to be called Summit Park. That's going to be let's say over here, maybe over here, and we first submit. So now once that's submitted, we can go to courts, which this is like an overview of all the courts that are currently active, and you can press Summit Park. So that's the part we just made, and it's been uploaded to the database. So what we meant to do was have a checkout system where people can users can check out and check in to a park, and they can only check into one park at a time. But due to time constraints, we didn't really get it to work. So right now, if I do this, it's broken. We also wanted a list that displays all the users that were currently in a park. So as you can see, this current players tab over here. It doesn't work, but what it's supposed to do is print out all the different players that are currently checked in, let's say on Summit Park. And we also wanted to make a profiles, but we didn't get around to it. And okay.
You skipped over the challenges slide. Just go back a few slides.
Which one?
Back.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. So some of the challenges we faced was, first of all, we had multiple features. As Adam showed you, we had registering a court, having that list of courts to view and see details of, having your own profile and like account registration and such. So one of the challenges, how are we going to incorporate everything into one full-on web application? So we had to communicate with each other, who's gonna do what and such. And as Adam talked about it, the solution to this integration challenge was to come up with multiple branches over a Git and do it on a repository on GitHub, and make sure we communicate with each other, making good commit messages and telling each other what we're pushing and such. And furthermore, on more Adam's and Hamza's sides, where they dealt with more of the database in the back end, they had some issues with authentication. So they first dealt with SQL Alchemy, but then they realized that they had one of the problems, and they had to also use MongoDB to make these issues work and so far. Also, Hamza, his task was to work on the user profile section and how we need to manage to figure out how to get all these images files stored in databases. That was also one of the challenges. And lastly, I'm sure everybody could relate to this one, and it's just that limited time in this hackathon where we had to learn all these new things and to also at the same time implemented our new knowledge and program everything up. For me, on my part, is I had to learn Google Maps API. How do I use an API? How do I call it? How do I use it specifically with Google Maps API? How do I incorporate the data? How do I make it communicate back and forth with Adam's part, with my part, with Hamza's part, and so far. So moving on into our next steps, after we had this, we programmed everything, had our problems, had our solutions. Some of the next steps we're going to take further on to improve our web application and ball track is to finish off stylizing the website, making it look nicer, making everything functional. So that is making sure everything is well integrated and everything communicates with each other in terms of data and features. We also want to optimize code to its maximum efficiency. So we want to keep everything professional, comments to make sure it's readable and know what's going on. And also to add more features. For example, when Adam showed the list of core views to see where the cores are located, and you click on view on map, we'll also show you, like, besides showing who's in there currently checked in, we'll also show additional information about that certain cord. Is it a full cord? Is it a half cord? Is it double rimmed? Is it, has like a metal chains or a net so far, so on. Also, Hamza was working on the updated profile section to give it a more cleaner look. Another great feature we have as an idea is setting up basketball matches with people, friends. So like you're, finding people and creating these matches, like to verse them and meet up on a specific core. But obviously we don't have the time to really incorporate that into our ball track. And lastly, this idea is more appropriate to have it on a mobile application rather than a website app, but it can also still work out as a web app, but it's more suitable to have it on iPhones and Androids.
Is there any questions?
Have you thought about raising the scope from just basketball to other sports as well?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we actually thought about that, but I think doing multiple sports is better for like a separate app, because if you're doing just like multiple sports on one app, it doesn't really make sense. Because like let's say I want to go play like a sport, right? But then I go there and it's like people are playing, I don't know, like hockey, but I want to play soccer. It's just going to be useless information for me. So, and then it just gets even more complicated if you were to have like, okay, this person's playing this. So I think it's just better off if you had like just a separate app for separate sports.
I think it depends, because if you get multiple users on the same app, they may find that they enjoy playing different sports with each other. And that way you get a larger community, a larger user base, and more likely to find more games.
Yeah, besides having that, what Hamza brought up is that obviously we thought about this, but then we didn't really have much enough time to really go back and start adding a new code and such, because that would have required to go through things like soccer, hockey, football and such, and adding everything into it. So that's also why we didn't go with that idea. But yes, it's definitely an idea we thought about, but we just didn't come to an agreement like, okay, we should do with that, and we rather end up sticking with basketball instead.
Yep, I was just asking, and it's hackathon anyway, so yeah, thanks.
All right, that's it. If anyone has more questions, happy to answer. But that's it for our
There-
presentation.
Any more questions? If not, we're at the end of all our submissions, which means we're now going to take a break and give the judges some time to go over our scores, and we will announce the winners in the same Zoom meeting at 8. So I'll see everyone then. Yeah, peace.
Bye, everyone.